Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello. Guess what day it is? Hello. Hi everyone. Hello. How are you guys doing? Hello everyone. Hello. How are you guys doing today? Hi Sachi, hi Kitsune, hi Jakey, hi Hello. Hi Mario. Hello. How are you guys doing? Welcome in. Hello. Happy birthday to me. Oh my goodness. I feel like I should have like balloons in this scene. I feel like I should have something. But I do have the birthday glasses. I do have the birthday sunglasses. I woke up an hour ago. Good morning, Sachi. Good morning. Hi, Jakey. Hello, Unk. Nah, not Unk. I am. Yeah. Do you guys like the starting soon screen? Do you like it? I finished it like 3 hours ago. I finished it 3 hours ago. Lol. But I think I also kind of want just in time, yeah. I'm also gonna be releasing that as like a free wallpaper for you all. I just need to like format it without the text. But yeah, that's gonna be like a free wallpaper I'll be putting in the Discord server if you guys wanna use it. But yeah, I do have plans. For today. First, there's Wordle. That's one thing. But yeah, there's the birthday card. I named it the birth card. But yeah. Hi Flam, hello. Where's my TTS?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, silly OI. Happy birthday.
Yay! Happy birthday to me. But yeah, I do wait, what's this? What's this an image of? Oh, that's that thing. Anyways, I do have one thing. Did I even save it? Did I? No, I did save it. But yeah, I do have a thing for you guys, if you guys want to. I didn't really announce this, but ta-dong! I didn't announce this anywhere because I literally just made it 3 hours ago. I made it 3 hours ago. But yeah, ta-dong! Birthday donathon! Except there's no timer. There's no timer. But yeah, all the funds that you guys donate me either through like my throne or like gifted subs or just through the donation panel and the about me, all of those funds will go to the 2.0 model. Yeah. But yeah, and I'll keep track of how much who donates what somehow. But yeah, right, here's the thing right here. I don't know. I just made this like 3 hours ago once again. That's kind of what I got here. But yeah, look at this graphic design work. Do you guys like it? I think this is like the first time in like forever, ever since I did something for graphic design. But yeah, I think oh, I'm in all caps. But yeah, there's also a command if you guys because I don't think I'll have this up like forever, like 24/7. But there's the command for it. If you need to remind yourself on what the incentives are, there's a link for that, and there's also a direct link to my model throne crowdfund thingy, my bobber. And what kind of cake you got? I got a tiramisu cake. It's very square. I got tiramisu. Yeah. I picked it up with my dad earlier today. Did I hear tiramisu? Yeah, hi Kyo. Hello, hello. Never tried tiramisu? Tiramisu is so good. Also, happy cake day. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah. But yeah, here's the birthday donathon, but there's no timer and stuff. Yeah, the incentives. Here are the incentives. If you donate $5 or any gifted subs that that equates to like $5, which is one gift sub, you get a little Scuffy Doodle, a little guy. It'll be like a little chibi. $25 gets you a headshot doodle, and $50 plus gets a bust up, and I forgot to add this, or a half body doodle. Yeah. What? Huh? Where?
Tilda sent via throne.com.
Oh my goodness! Thank you! Thank you for the $100 donation, Anonymous! Ah shit, that was me. Thank you, thank you. I mean Anonymous, yeah, Anonymous. Hi Zeb, hello, hello. Welcome in, how are you doing? My favorite type of cake is tres leches and chocolate cake. Ooh! I've heard about tres leches. Have you tried the Portos tres leches cake? I only know about it because of BuzzFeed Worth It. Nope, I haven't. Oh, maybe you should go try it. Maybe. But yeah, I didn't even know they had some. I only know because of BuzzFeed Worth It. They're kind of yeah. But I heard it's good. I heard about it. I heard that it's good. But yeah, oh yeah, birthday gifts. Got me a birthday gift. Sent it to me really early. Let me get it real quick. It's really cute. Really cute. Oh god, wait, no, okay, maybe that's too big. that one's lagging. That's gonna lag my stream. There, wait, where'd it go? What? Hello? Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, it's so low quality. No. It's okay. It'll be right here. We saw the head of it. Yeah, you guys saw the head of it, and then I was like, oh, that's gonna lag my stream. That is gonna lag my stream. Oh my god, $100. I'll put you on the list. Ooh. Okay, what kind of... Do you still want that and Concho Yaoi? I want Scuffies of all the mods. Oh my god! Hi Dax, hello! Thank you so much. Thank you. But I want Concho and Ice Mooching in the back. I got you, I got you. I'll make a new category for this. This is funny. I'll make a new category for this. This will be called Oom's request. Let's see. Scuffies plus Yaoi. Oh yeah, there you go. I got your special request on my list. If you're a mod, check the mod channel in Discord. Yes, if you're a mod, give me your references. If you have them. If you don't, go to Pit Crew and make yourself one. And all that. But I think I have some. I think I have Conchos. I can just go through vgen. I for sure have Sachis. I think I have I think. Oh god. I think I'll have to go through like vgen maybe. But you can send it again. But yeah. Yeah, today is a special day because I got HoloLive cards to open. And after that, if I have time, I'll go into Animal Crossing, see who wants to celebrate my birthday with me, and then yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have to do Wordle too. Oh my goodness. I hope today's Wordle isn't too bad. And I hope today's Connections is also not that bad too. if today's Connections is like the most heinous thing ever, I am never doing Connections ever again. Hi Slim, hello. Thank you for checking in. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Okay. If only I had Nintendo Switch Online. Let's see. Wait, let's do Wordle. Hi Effie. Hello, hello. Welcome in as well. I wish I could pin like 2 messages. I wish I could do that. Because I have 2 separate things for the birthday card and also like the dono stuff. I wish Twitch gave me the option to do that, but there isn't, sadly. But yeah, let's go into... Let me get connection up. But you can, no. Can I pin 2 messages? Am I able to? I think I can only pin 1. And then and then if I pin another, it'll get rid of the other one. I think I can only pin 1 message. Man. I think the one I kind of want is the the dono one. I'll pin this one. Birthday Slim. How are you doing? Welcome in. Wait, I'll pin this one, and if you guys wanna sign the birthday card, just do this. Oh wait, if I can spell right. Birth card. There we go. But yeah, I'll be reading those in like 3.5 hours. Wait, let's go do the other thing. Oh, I forgot. Oop. There we go. Ba-dong. Birthday! Birthday! Also, let me get rid of the tablet. I'm not drawing today. But today I'm going to be hand cam. Yippee! Yippee! Okay, let's see what this is. Okay, what do we got here? Rib, motor, mock, tire, bladder, rag, needle, gloves, sham, bucket, pretend, time, soap, dummy, tone arm, okay? And me! Me! I swear I saw somewhere like a lot of pins, but where? Where? It's chalked. What? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? You know what, I'll just also have the thing here as well. Let me get it real quick. Did I properly name the thing? Oh god, I did not. I did not properly name the dono thing. Okay, I'm just gonna make a new one. You know, no god. Ah! That's just man. This is huge. Okay, there we go. Fit to the screen and it'll make it smaller. There we go. There we go. Can you guys read this? I don't know. Happy birthday, Queen. Thank you, Saint Taku. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? You know, I'll put this right here. Right here. I'll have to move the fish somewhere else. Fish, you're going up here. There you go. Oh, I see. There's first connection. First connection is words that start with a capital letter. What? They're all capital letters. Hi, Minky. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Doing good. I'm glad you're doing good, Sentaku. Thank you, Minky. Thank you so much. I got the birthday shades. I match with my Oshi. I match with my Oshi Suisei. The emote. I match. Bada bada. Okay, wait, where am I? I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. Let's go. Hey, are you guys able to like read this? Because I don't know if I want to make it bigger. it's it's either you read it on the screen or you click the link that's in the pinned message, which is the first one. Okay, I don't know what I don't know, man. What is this? This is cooked. What is cooked? I don't know. Also, let me bring in the. Okay, not the huge one. There we go. I'll bring this one in. There we go. There it is. It'll be low quality, but there you go. There you go. I would put like a caption above it to tell people to find the link. Oh, I see, I see. Two of these are more straightforward today. Hi, Concho. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. Okay, let me add a text. Donation info. Oh, wait, don't know for donation info. But we don't make it this big. Okay, wait, can I do this font? Oh, whoops. Ow, it doesn't read it! Okay, fine. Hold on, guys, hold on. Not fixing flooding bathroom stalls, but otherwise good. Is Contra okay with Contra Yaoi? Oh yeah, Contra paid for little scuffies for all the mods. And then requested uh requested he has no choice. Insane. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I forgot. I forgot. There we go. Okay, I wanted to add a color. There we go. I need it. Hold on. Properties. Outline. Yes, I want an outline. Outline size. We're gonna make this very huge. There we go. Perfect. Give me 30 seconds, Sachi. Okay, anyways. We got maybe motor, tire. Actually, maybe not. I just brushed my teeth and about to eat a pot sticker since Sriracha. Wish me luck. Wait, you just brushed your teeth? Soap, bucket. Not really. Me. What is me? Me? I'm torn. I know it'd be funny, but also my convictions that I live by. Oh my god, hi Soy. Hello, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mm. Oh my god, wait, I should make a command where wait. You know what would be so funny? I should make a command for like all of my friends and it's just their like Twitch name and then it shouts them out. Wait. Oh, I was like, who? Whoa, clean on thy birthday, nice. Just say you hate me. Oh no. How are you doing? Sorry, how are you? I feel like, oh wait, bucket, platter, I don't know. Come on, can't show for shits and giggles. Just once. Making a guy cry is diabolical. Oh my goodness, you guys are silly. For the funny, then let's do it. Yay! Soap, bucket, gloves, and platter. Yeah, that's what, like, soap, bucket, gloves. Things that you clean. Things you need to clean. A motor? I don't know. Oh wait, no, a rag. Because you need that. I think. Right? Things you need to clean a car with. Yay, cleaning supplies. Yay! Okay, now uh this is a sham. Let's do the pretend, dummy, and mock. Oh my god, Papa Kai! Thank you so much. Hello. Wait, what time is it for you? Thank you so much. How are you doing? Also, yes. Yay! I'm getting these. These are straightforward. Imitation. Hi, Papa Kai. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the birthday song last night as well. Thank you. I feel blessed. I feel so happy. Did you eat cake? It's 11:30 for me. Oh my god. Good morning. I haven't eaten cake yet. I have a cake in the fridge. I got a tiramisu cake. These next two, not so much. Oh god. I don't know what tone arm is. What is this? And me? Me. Why is me here? Hmm. Hmm. Platter, rib. I'm thinking of a barbecue for some reason. Because I think these two go together. Hi Taxi, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, tiramisu, yummy. Yeah. I don't know why I almost said thank you, but hi Avery, thank you for checking in. How are you doing? I thought the same too. You're asking why you're there, bro. Of course it's because it's your birthday. Oh my god, New York Times, even though I hate connections. Thank you. Happy birthday, Aura. Thank you, Avery. Thank you. uh Platter, rib. I don't know what tone arm is. What's tone arm? What is that? Tone arm? Oh, wait. Where?
Happy birthday, Aura Wobble.
Oh my
Happy
god,
birthday, Aura
Seitaku!
WUVU.
Thank you, Zintaku, for the $50. Boots! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, wait, let me add to my list. Seitaku.
Tilda sent via throne.com.
Boons. Wow. Tone arm is the thing on a record player? Oh. Oh yeah, yeah. I searched it up and it was like, oh, there's needle and tone arm. So like this, I guess. Hope you have a wonderful birthday. Thank you, Taxi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Hi, Boons. Hello. How are you doing, Boons? How are you? So like, these go together, right? Right? Oh my god, subbies. Thank you, Boons, for the 25 months and the prime. Oh my goodness.
Happy B-Day.
Thank you, Boons. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I've added Saint Taku and Boons to the to my list. Hehe. Thank you guys. I want another Boon stream. That is my birthday wish. I'm gonna cry before I even read my birthday card. I'm getting close. I need more gold. So we got needle, we got tone arm. These go together. I don't know what else. Time and me. I don't know. What moves? Time? Oh, wait. Yeah, time moves. What also moves? Right? I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't think a needle moves. I don't know. I assume like moving parts on the thingy, but I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't know, man. Doo-doo-doo. Needle, tone arm, me. Ba-dong. Ba-dong. I don't know, man. Platter, rib, barbecue. Technically, a needle does move just with the tone arm. Oh. Okay, so I'm thinking, what things move? These things? They're one. Time. Let me cook. Me, motor, tire, rib. I feel like... Motor. I'm the cyborg. Me, motor, tire, rib. Transformer. Me me the Optimus Prime. You guys caught me at a very Filipino time of my life. What also moves? Me? I move. Motor? I move. I move. I don't know, man. The only hint I'll give if you go to the other is to think about a common word that comes before four of the words. Motor, cars. I love cars. Think about a common word that comes before four of the words. Ribeye. Ribeye. But that's after. That's after, not before. Still on barbecue, huh? Dude, I love barbecue. uh, 0? Oh my goodness, what the heck? No. No. Uh, Mankey got denied today. Lemon, yum. Oh, yeah, where in Bimbus are you? I'm at the same spot. I'm still grinding. I'm still grinding my ass. I want some Dr. Pepper. I eat tires for breakfast. I love the taste of rubber. Mmm, yum. No, Sachi, no. Me with 448, yeah. Sachi was a good example at handling lemon. Oh, nice. God, I have nothing for this. Thinking about team comps and shit, yeah. I'm just like underleveled. Let me open the hints. Oh, let me see. I need to see. Okay. I see now. So needle and tone arm are definitely one thing. Time is a different category. A different connection. Uh but that doesn't help me though. uh Time. This one's a tricky one. Time is purple. I was ready to pin, but I just realized we're not pinning the usual tonight. Yeah. You ever just down a bottle of sriracha and just chase it with the soda with no milk? That sounds disgusting. That sounds gross. That sounds gross. That's that Jakey. I need you. Sounds like your mouth would have a great time feeling numb. The only time my mouth felt numb was during my wisdom teeth extraction 6 years ago. Wait, no, not 6 years ago. Oh my god, it 16? No, not 16. Oh god, that no, not 2010. Why am I blinking out? 10 years ago. There we go. I'm thinking of the wrong numbers. Now I gotta eat that one chip challenge aura. Oh my god. Dude, I'm still thinking. I'm still thinking. Time. I've done the one chip challenge twice. Oh my god. How did that go? How did that fare? Dude, I can't get to the cards if I can't get this connection. Actually, one more hint. Oh my god, yes. You. I need all the hints I can get. Rib and time go together? Rib and time. The only thing I could think of with rib is like rib cage and barbecue. Hi anime, thank you so much. How are you doing? Okay, I was memeing around in Wordle and actually accidentally got a great answer. I'm a genius. Rib cage. Time cage. What kind of barbecue? McRib. Yummy. I could only think about barbecue. Platter. Maybe it could be platter, tone arm, and needle. I don't know at this point. What makes up a turntable? What makes up a turntable? Me? In middle school, I ate the one chip with my homies and had the small piece And I had the small piece, but dead ass nuke nuke alarm. I ran straight to the breakfast lady to grab milk. Next thing I know, I forgot I was lactose. Oh no. There's, I assume there's no motor in a turntable. That would be dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Rib time. God, I'm blinking out. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, it's always blue and purple, I swear. Maybe that's saying something about me. Hi, Potato. Hello. How are you doing? Freshman year, it was the blue one chip I ate. Um, I ate it and got some dust in my on my hoodie. Me not knowing, I wiped my nose where the dust was and got sick immediately afterwards. Oh no. No. Dude, that sucks. Any like spice and then you like just accidentally sniff it, it's over. Your nose is gone. Totos. Those experiences were awesome sauce. Dude, I'm not blinking out. I don't think you want to do that. Dude, you still lost. I think I wait. Hold on. Let me go back into the roulette. How rigged your system should be. Is this like is it like win rate or lose rate? Because I have it at 15 right now. Is this correct? Is this slider correct? What the fuck are these choices? That's what I'm saying. Concho is saying that rib and time go together. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Dude, when we're playing connections, you're just speaking to tire and motor are parts of a car. Needle maybe? Hmm. Hmm. Maybe needle is for the car, maybe? Because needle is in its own category. It could be. It could be this. I don't know. Tire, motor, needle, and tone arm. Right? I don't know. I mean, I have 4 guesses left. It that should be fine. Hmm. Think. Try it. We did say tone arm is part of a record player, so tone arm, needle, something something. That is true. Did I did I mess up? Did I mess up the gamble thing? Because you guys are losing. How are you guys still losing? Did I mess it up? Should the slider be more? Should the slider be at? You rigged it. I lost all my points. Oh yeah, okay, wait. Okay. More is better. Oh! Dude, I had it at 15. There wasn't anything that. I think Stream Elements actually making people lose points on my birthday is insane. All my points down the drain. Where Pennywise lives, he might even grab. Where my hard pity. I'm gonna do this. Oh, I'm 1 away. I'm one away. But I don't know what it is. Happy out of the womb day. Thank you, Yuna. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing? I'm one away. Think. Guys, think. Dude, is 80 like too much? Should I bump it down to 75 or 70? Try platter. I think that what holds the record disc? So not motor. Platter? Tire? I'm trying to win a living. Oh my god, you guys are winning so much. So is it like needle, tone arm, tire, and platter? Or is it motor? Cheeky stream Elvis does not like you. Oh, wait, where'd my music go? What? Oh, there we go. Dude, oh my goodness. YOLO. You still got 3 mistakes. It's not an addiction, it's called having fun. Okay, so it is motor. Or it could not be motor. Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Dude, Jakey, how'd you still lose? I'm going to send stream elements to the moon. Oh, spare me, spare rib. Oh, spare tire. I see, man, purple man. Spare me, spare us connections. So true, so true. Dude, Jakey, how'd you still lose? Everyone else was winning. How are you still losing? That's insane. Nah, I want to lose. I need to play it safe. BS. Dude, that's crazy. Okay, let's get to Wordle. Okay. I know you did some shit to me. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Oh, what the heck? Why is my Discord, like, cut off? Hello? There you go. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I feel like I should lower the odds by a little bit. You guys are gambling addicts. Wordle's crazy. No. Hell no. No, we love winning. Bro, potato. Oh my god. Well, there we go. There's the loot. Oh no, Concho. Concho, no. Concho, you're 1 million Nova lights and 30. Well, no sevens to that. I need to first place from the bottom. We gambling here. Hi Seb. Hello. Yeah, we're gambling. You know how it feels. Sad and making just say, hit me again. And that's where my gambling ends for tonight. Wow, look at that, Sachi on the top. Okay, anyways. Steam. And E. Sachi is now number 1 and will be there for a long time. New year, new me, huh? Grove, no drive. Let's do drive. Okay, E is not there. I am a 3 millionaire. Uh. Let's see. Prime. No, it's not Prime. It ain't Prime. I wanted to guess Prowl, like the Prowl through. Hey, Hungi. I need letters, actually. Let me get this. Oh, there's an L. An L. I don't know, maybe E's in the beginning. The cruel. Cruel. Fuck. Oh my god. God. Don't laugh at me. What the heck? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Okay, let's. You guys want to open some cards? Do you guys want to do real life gambling? Dude, where's my webcam? Right here. I had a 50-50 with Gruel and Cruel. Yeah. Oh god, oh, camera hub. Okay, let's open this. Webcam? Oh, I was like, where's the webcam? It's so tiny. Whee! Yay! Webcam! Yippee! Get me out of Wordle. Get me out of here. Get out of here. You know what? I won't gamble for now. The number's too good. Hand cam, yeah! You guys have... there we go. Da-da, I have my good luck charms. I have 2 sweet says. 2 sweet says for good luck. And my beloved Honglu. Da-da! This guy's not the official Honglu, but it's okay. It was cheaper. It was cheap. Da-da. Jesus, arms! Arms. Yeah, this one's not the official one, sadly. The official one, I think, is like $30 on like AliExpress. So this one's a fake, but it's okay. It's okay. Da-da. Nimbus 10 pull on your birthday. Oh my god, I need to do that. I didn't also I didn't realize that like I would have a different account on my Steam. So I need to go on my phone for Limbus. And here's my Honglu from Limbish Company, my beloved. I'll put them right here. And then I also have you merged them? I have not. I have not. I probably will merge them. Yeah, I probably will merge because I'm running out of storage on my phone. Eh. Where do I put Suisse? Suisse will go right here. She can't really sit well. There you go. Suisse will also be right here. Or is it this way? There. Gambling! Let's go gambling! I can open it. I pre-opened the plastic shrink wrap. Okay, now I don't want to mess this up. I want to make it look fun. Happy birthday! Thank you, Dressy. Thank you. Okay, okay. Thank you so much. How are you doing? There you go. I did not mess this up. Yay! Yeah, there is a top loader. There is a top loader. And oh yeah, I also pre-opened this and I kind of knew that it was Suisse. My boyfriend kind of Took a peek at it. Suisei, top loader. Suisei will give us good luck. Ta-da! I may need to make this inverted. I forgot to make a present. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay, Dressy. You don't need to make me anything as long as you're, you greet me a happy birthday. That's like that's totally fine. There we go. Oh, I need to flip it again. There we go. Ta-da. Suisei for good luck. So we getting a Suisei signed card is what they're saying. We're gonna get it. That's what they're saying. Ta-da. Also, Sachi, do you see? I still have my little trinkets on my desk. Ta-da. Also for good luck. Suisei for good luck. Okay. But Suisei will go here. Right here. Suisei can sit. Suisei doesn't have a great bottom to sit. Eh. Suisei, okay, you can lie down. Suisei had a long day. Okay. Okay, guys, which side do you want to start off with? This side? One or two? One or two? Chen is tired. Tired. I'm a Mercedes Benz. One or two? Which side? Does poll replace the pinned message? I don't think so. Two? We got one vote for two. It shouldn't. It's like a separate thing. Happy birthday, Stinky! Hi, Inu! Inu, your birthday was yesterday! Happy birthday to you! Wait, was it yesterday? Yeah. Happy birthday to you, too! Oh my goodness, we're birthday neighbors. Did you guys know that me and Inu are birthday neighbors? Yeah. And oh my god, guess what? I've like discovered so many other like VTubers that have the same birthday as me. Like I think I've discovered at least three other VTubers that have the same birthday as me. I was like, oh my god. Where have you guys been all my life? That's amazing, yeah. Are we rocking with this side? By the way, I almost thought I lost my... Oh, okay. I thought this was like extra cards. But it's just the cardboard. I almost thought I lost my streak today since you didn't stream yesterday, so I thought I missed it. Yeah, it was... Yeah. My bad. What you opening? We're opening some Hololive Weiss Schwartz. We're opening some cards. I can't afford Pokemon cards because they're too expensive now. This was like the next best thing. So many Suisei's. Yeah! We have one more right here. Hi, Ewan. Hello. There we go. Or, wait. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're gonna start with that side. Maybe I should also put a chair fund, because this chair has seen better days. Do not look at the arms of my chair. Please. Look. No, don't look. Oh, do I need scissors? You're not opening. Oh, wait. Well, I also do not know how to play this game. This card game. Should I put a chair fund? Herman Miller? Okay, what is this predictions? What are we predicting on? Do I get a signed card? I don't even know what this is. Oh, there you go. Or get a signed card. I'm using a mesh chair SMH. This is my boyfriend's old chair. He's the one that has a mesh chair. I don't know if there's like a card trick, but it's really easy to play that card game. Oh, I see. But this one's in Japanese, so so I can't read anything. Hi Jay, hello. Sure. How are you doing? How are you? Oh yeah, we got Nene. This is cute. Almost a Nene. Pekora Demon. How are you doing, Jay? How are you? Pekora. Kiwawa. Kiwawa. Oh, I remember this. I remember this Roboco. I still have like a bunch of like the other ones. Yeah, Kiwawa. Roboco Beam. Roboco Beam. Oh my god. Wait, not Azuki. The Aki Rosenthal. Oh my god. Now Azuki. I'm a fake Hololive fan apparently. Aki Rosenthal. They both start with an A, so like. Oh my gosh, Shuba! This is my first time seeing holo cards. They look really sick. Heck yeah! I know Mio opened up the official like Hololive TCG. This is like the Vice Schwartz. Before I met up with you, I'm giving you some English Hololive cards. Thank you, Inu. Thank you. Hi gamer, how are you doing? Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you. Shuba! Cute. Oh, Chloe! I miss you. Chloe! I love her. Her design was so cute. Chloe. Also my arms may get tired. My arms may get tired because I have to reach. Does this set have a chance for a signed card? Yeah, I think there's a bunch of like signed cards. I think. Hi Jeannie, hello. Thank you for checking in. I remember we pulled a signed card a long time ago. We pulled a signed bell card. Hi Saiba, thank you Saiba. How are you doing? Oh, oh my god, Fubuki, so shiny. Where are you, where are you? It's Fubuki. But I got rickrolled. Why'd I get rickrolled? This is for where the fuck are you? Oshi. What's on the bottom? Hello? Oh my god, more Chloe. Oh my god. Boobas. Boobies. Oh yeah. This is for Boobas. Oh my goodness. There you go. I'll save this one for Also another Chloe. Very cute art though. It's very cute. Also boobas. Cute. Very cute. Oh my god, your emotes. I just found out she has a sibling. Oh my god, sibling. That reminds me, my brother just has that song in his playlist that he normally listens to, so he might just get rickrolled sometimes. But yeah, this is also in my like the stream playlist. It'll just play. I hope everyone's having a great day today. Guess what, guys? I slept at 7 a.m. I slept at 7 a.m. uh, and then I woke up 5 hours later. Me too. Dude, I saw you were playing Enfield, bro. I saw you were streaming. I was like, wait, this dude is literally streaming after I ended? Or not? Wait, no, not after I ended. That was the other day. Why'd you bonk me? What the heck? Yeah, that was Monday. I think I saw you were streaming on after I ended on Monday. I sent her Twitter to you. Thank you. I saw you in Crystal's chat. That was crazy, dog. Yeah, I like took a trip to Crystal's chat to just say hi before I go to sleep. Oh yeah, Aki Rosenthal, cute, very cute. Like shh. Oh my god, Hosho Marin. Hosho Marin desu. Yeah, the factory must grow. That's crazy. Marin. Oh, Mel. Mel. Cute vampire. Very cute vampire. We miss you so much. We miss you dearly. Oh, Kanata, we miss you too. What the heck? Oh, wow, Suisse and Dark Hair Suisse plushie. Yeah, this is Hong Lu. He's from Limbus. Limbus Company. My beloved. Ooh, what kind of cards are these? These are Weiss Schwartz. Weiss Schwartz has a bunch of like I think they do like a lot of like anime type of stuff. There's also like Frieren, Weiss for I can't even say the name. Weiss Schwartz. There's also Uma Musume, I think. There's like a bunch of like I think anime stuff for like Weiss Schwartz. We need the Uma Musume one. If you guys can find me an Amazon link, Uma would be crazy, right? Anata, we miss you. Oh, what? Coronian, she's shiny. Coroni. Oh, I just pulled Opera TMO because free 10 pull. Ooh, Crony. Where's Slim? This is Slim's Oshi. Here, B. Okay, Jesse, okay. Yeah, this is Slim's Oshi. I'll save this for him. Buboni! Boobas! Coroni! Him. Oh my god! Nene! Shiny! Hi, hello. Hi, Thick! Hello! Oh yeah, also, this box is sponsored by, I think, Concho and Thick. By the time you read BRB, I was back. Welcome back. But yeah, this unboxing is sponsored by Thick and Concho. 95% to the Thick. The Thick Joe. But yeah, also Thick, thank you so much for the Steam gifts as well. Thank you for Deltarune and the VTuber drawing arm thingy. Thank you. Thank you so much. I woke up and I saw emails from like Steam's like, oh, Thick gifted you some stuff. And I'm like, ah, what? What? Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. And then flew too close to the sun. Meow. Meow. And oh, whoops, there's another one. Whoops. Oh my god, wait, I don't have this one. Miko! Sakura Miko. Yes, they were scheduled to be at like 12 a.m. your time. Oh, I I don't have this one. Miko, how cute! Very cute. Very cute. And also, Mume. Also very shiny too. Mume. Mooms. When I saw an email at 1 a.m. saying something about a gift, I thought it was for me, and I was like, oh yeah, it's for Aura. Moomers. Mume. Cute. Very cute. By the way, I know you in my time zone is PST. Yes, PST. Pissed. Time zone. Pissed. Yeah, we're down to... We opened up 2 packs. Pissed. Pissed. Worst times... Hey, whoa. Whoa. Why is there PST time zone slander? Whoa there. Miko. Zonist. Miko. What is this, a gun? Do you have a water gun? Bro, potato. Bro. That's crazy. Matsuri, cute. Cute. Oh my god, we already have a dupe. Ah. Nene. 50-50, you either win or lose. I will come back from this skill issue, bro. Dude, thick. The gamble odds are at like, I think 80-20? I don't remember. Yeah, it's at 80-20. Toa. Oh my god. Glasses. 85-15. Oh, right. Remember that we are in Awa's basement. And I have proof. Very cute glasses. Oh. Hosho Marina. Woo. Wait, how am I back at 1 mil? Sachi, the Sachi fund. Sachi financial fund. Still way higher than usual. Gotcha, so I'm in. Oshamarin. Fubuki. Fubuki. Tada. More Fubuki. Oh my god, Flare. Flare, hello. Cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The boobas. Okayu. The boobas. Oh my god, Okayu. Very shiny too. You guys can't really see the shine, but there is sparkle. My second Oshi. Okayu. Boobas. And oh my goodness. Has there been any Moris? Not yet. Shuba! Shubaru. Very cute. Very cute. Tomboy of Hololive. Man. And very cute. Very tomboy. I love my tomboys. Watame, please come and bless us. Bless the cards. Oh, speaking of Okayu, here's an Okayu song. Botan. Botan. Very cute as well. Your guys are gonna keep hearing me say very cute. Oh my god, Korone. Korone. If she is there even, I believe she's there. I hope. But it turns out to be Shigure Ui instead. How much were these? This box on Throne, like 90 something, I think, or 100, 90 something. But yeah, Korone. I completed the fund for like $600. Crazy. Oh my god, Chloe. Or something I forgot. 600 is crazy. I don't know about 600. Chloe. Lapurus, darkness. Lapurus. What's she eating? Chicken nuggets? Chicken nuggets. Nom 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 nom. Oh wow. Hi Zen. Hello. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you Zen. How are you doing? Toa. Miko. Also, the colors are like very saturated, by the way. It's my camera, it's my webcam. So Miko looks extra pink here. Yeah. Ah, Koyori! Cute! Have we read the board messages yet? Because I need to send the gift for it still. Not yet. Not yet. I'll be reading them in like almost 2 hours. But you can send it to me in DMs and just tell me not to look at it. Oh my god, vampire. No. Good, I got the sleepless friend on standby so I won't need sleep tonight. Mel! Wait, I don't think I have this card at all. Oh my god, you're not happy at all, Potato. You're not happy at all. I'll spoiler it. Thumbs up. Gotcha. You're damn right after losing all my points. Yeah, I don't think I have this card. I don't think I have this card yet. Which is surprising. Dude, what are you? You're not happy? You're not sad? What are you? Oh my god, Toa. Dude, I'd be laughing if you weren't angry either. Oh my god, you're so Toa! Nyang. Holy. A potato. 102, holy. No signed card yet, but it's okay. We got a lot of shiny ones. Na 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 da da da. False. False info. Kimi no naka. Oh, duplicate Pecora. Oh my god, Anya. Anya. I actually really like her design. She's very cute. Considering the amount of sauce CRPs I did with Cracker. Why am I blanking out on her name? Oh my goodness. Why am I blanking out on your name? Oh my goodness. Iroha! There you go. This song sounds so happy than the original. It feels so weird. Best friends. Ta-da. Oh, you mean Suicide #1 fan? Iroha. My god. Hachama. This is Hachama energy right here. Hachama. Ah, Azuki. Oh wait, this is shiny. Ooh. I think. Am I going crazy? Is this shiny? Oh yeah, it is. You guys can like barely see it, but it is shiny. It's slightly shiny. There you go. Azuki! Old Azuki model. Damn, that's a lifetime. Who is that? It's Azuki. No. Old model. This isn't Pokemon. I can't do Pokemon cards. They're so expensive. They're oh my god. Sachi, look, watame. Watame. Watame, let's go. Where's the Suisei? Where are the rest of the EN members? Watame didn't do anything wrong. Where are the rest of the EN members? Where's Ina? Where's everyone else? Poruka. Poro. Poruka. I wanna smooch her. Poruka. Smooch. Oh my god. Matsuri. A shiny one. Yeah. You can barely see the shine. Ugh. There you go. Just have to put it up. And Abe Hako's bells. That art is pretty goated. I forgot Matsuri can actually be girly. Hako's bells. There's our EN member. Ta-da! Hako's bells. Oh wait, actually, there we go. Correct orientation. Correct orientation. There. More. Kiwawa. Kiwawa. I love Kiwawa. Doom? Okayu. What is Okayu doing? Bartending? Bartending. Okayu. Oh my god. Choco. Choco-sen. Boobas. Boobas. Aku-tan. She's still sleeping to this day, Choco-sensei. Aku. Aku-tan. Mister. Onion. Onion. Cute onion. Someone's cutting up onions. Sad. Oh wait. Another Chloe, but it's shiny. Shiny Chloe. Very shiny. Again, another. There we go. There's Azuki's recent like model. There you go. Cute, but not really. What is the rarest cards? I actually don't know. It's been a while since I've opened these. Noel. Cute. Happy birthday. Thank you. Yeah, autographed ones. The signed ones. Thank you, Ulysses. Thank you. Noel. Boobas. Another crony. Have another shiny crony. How many years? I am 24. More boobies. I am 24. Also known as Unk. Oh my god, Fubuki. Holy Uncle, stop. Another Fubuki for Yeah. You mean Buboni? Respectfully. Happy birthday. Thank you, Meow. Thank you. Hi, Meow. How are you doing? How was Portal? How was Portal 2? With Zochi? Fubuki is the best cat. Not the fox. I am more because I am 25. I am so sorry. What? I'm dead. I thought it was tomorrow. Wait, that's crazy. I was watching on my phone until now. I thought that was a watch on your wrist. Is there the rare card of Kurokami? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is my scrunchie that's been stretched out. So, yeah. Bro, I can't get this out. If we ever meet, or I got some awesome Sweet Say cards for you. Thank you! Thank you, Myo. Thank you so much. What the heck? I'll add to my collection of Sweet Say. Oh my god. Duplicate Miko. Noelle! What's she doing? Yeah, Sweet Say Supremacy! Noelle! Very strong. Ah, another vampire. What the Noelle doing? What the Noelle doing? Mel, vampire. Ah, oh my god. Ayame. Dochi, 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 dochi. Rip Mel, I know. You know what's fun? You know what's funny, Mel? I actually pulled a signed Mel, like, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And, and I had to do it for my Oshi. I traded that for a signed Suisei card. Or no, not Suisei. It was Ina. Not Suisei. It was Ina. Signed Ina, not Suisei. I wish I had a signed Suisei. Oh my god. Wait, I have a signed Ina card. Really, I do. Oh, I was gonna say. I mixed up my Oshis. Oh my god. Ah, where is it? Oh wait, for Ina, that's actually pretty crazy. And Ian, bro, loved Mel more than Ina. No, I was like, damn. Where is it? Oh, I found it. Ta-da! Gotta bust out the hollow binder like it's middle school for Pokemon. Ay, ta-da. That's so pretty, I know, right? Ta-da! Wait, I traded someone at Offkai for this. Hi, Shiki and Naku, I know, yeah! My binder, guys. My binder. Got an Ina right here. Ina! Back to... Is that Makoto? The LMAO, yeah. Oh, Minato sticker, yeah. I am man. Ah! My goodness. You finally will know him. Yeah, because we're gonna play P3 Reload on Saturday. Him, Homster. Why am I blanking out your name? Dude, I feel fake. Why am I blinking out? There we go, there it is. Dude, I feel like a fake Hollow fan. I have some plushies from P3 Reload. Heck yeah. Alcohol can cure even that. Lami. I feel fake. Like I Okayu. Okayu. Cute. Ah, another Mel. Vampire. Very, very colorful as well. Here's my webcam. Ah, Luna! Luna! Tiny Luna, very cute. Luna. And... Oh, Polka. I kind of like... I was like, who is this? I was like, oh no, this is Polka. Like, she looks so different. Polka. Cute. She's sharing her ice cream with me. Yum. Yummy ice cream. I see ya. Oh, we're down. Yeah, I can't tell. That's Polka. We're down to the last card on the first side. Eh. First side, yeah. I think there's... I don't know how many cards. Let me get the other side out. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 16. There's 16 in total. Oh, that's a lot left. Yeah. Roboco Beam. She's gonna murder us all. Roboco Beam. Koyori. Very sus. Or not sus, but like smug. Koyori, cute. Aki Rosenthal. Lami. Hachama. What's the chase in this set again? I don't know. Your Oshi? My Oshi. My Oshi, that's my chase. True, great answer. Subaru, Shuba Shuba. Osho Marin. Or a signed card. A signed card of your Oshi. How about that? Oh my god, boobas, holy boobas. Holy boobas, oh my goodness. Choku-sen. Boobas. Ahem. Choku-sen, oh my goodness, hello. Respectfully. Respectfully. Of course. Okay, A or B? B for birthday. Okay. Another Fubuki. Fubuki for B for birthday. Birthday. There's a stack. So here's the stack of cards from the one side. Here's the spread. Chokozen, Luna, Crony, or Buboni, Chloe, Matsuri, the shiny Azuki, Mel. This is a very cute card. I don't think I have this one, actually. Okayu, Miko, Crony, but again. And Fubuki. Fubuki. But yeah, that is the first side. Da-na-na-na-na. I need a drink. I need a sip. Girl. Ah! Oh my goodness, Mio! Thank you for the 10 gifties. What the heck? What the heck, Mio? Thank you so much for gifting a sub. Let me read out the gifted subs. Thank you for gifting a sub to Taxi, Aaron, Courageous, Katie. Katie's not okay. I hope she's okay. Dylan O'Boy, Emergem, Freeze Scythe. Oh my god, Stux! Kamen no Tenshi, Neon, and Fallen Claw. Thank you, Mio. What the heck? Okay, let me put you down in the list. Okay, Okay, Mio, you are getting either a bus stop or a half body doodle. Yeah, sorry, gang. I'm not losing my hype train conductor. Oh, there's a list. Yeah. Yeah, I have a kind of like a birthday donathon thing. I got birthday donathon. Right here. Sorry, it's so tiny. It's so tiny. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, thick. What the heck? Thick! Thank you for the 5 gifted. What the heck? Thank you. Oh my god, wait, I can't read these names. There you go. Thank you for gifting to Rimuru, the Demon Lord. Shiro Ishida. Call Minions Assemble. That's so funny. And Remy Clips. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much, Thick, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I'll put your name down in the headshot doodle as well. Because 5 times 5 is 25. There we go. Gifted tier 2. I'm not even a tier 2. Oh, wait, tier 2 sub. What the heck? Hey, yo, Remy is here? I didn't realize it was a tier 2. I didn't realize it was tier 2 subs. Oh my god, wait, that's more. Wait, hold on. Okay, I didn't realize. I didn't realize. Because that's obviously more. There you go. You're getting either a bust up or a half body. There you go. Half body doodle. Thank you so much. What the heck? Okay. Also, let me put this in the box. Oh, hold. I'm still not the conductor. I think Mio's wait. Who's the conductor? Is it Mio? Because I think he started the hype train, didn't he? Mio, can you confirm? I don't know how to confirm. I think it's Mio. I think Mio stole your conductor.
Still Mio.
Ah, wait, what? Mio, I think you are the hype train conductor.
Working on my GD level.
What happened? What I do?
It's going good so far.
Also, thank you, Contra, for the 100 bits. Thank you. Apparently 10 tier 1 is better than 5 tier 2s. So funny. Oh my god. A blessing. Oh boy, I've never steered a train before. Oh, I see. Oh my god, Thick! Thank you for the 10 tier 1s. What the heck? Thank you. Oh my god. Happy. Ah! You're not steering my train. Oh my god, Sachi with also the happy minute too. Thank you for gifting a sub to Squeakins, Bleach, Master Abaddon, Dars, oh my god! Sleepy Nuggets, Onyx, and Sin. Yeah, Sin. Gift Chad. Good news, no need to steer. Just need to keep the throttle notched and the train moving. Okay, we have a happy minute. Hold on, I need to. Dude, my mouse is like charging. Hold on, let me. Okay, guys, let's do this happy minute real quick. You guys don't know what happy minute is? Happy minute is basically a funny thing. It's a funny thing where you guys get to throw things at me for 1 minute. Very funny. No cooldown too, so. And we're also clearing out the redeems today, later, near the end of stream. Okay, it should be the small throw, and let me timer. Okay, you guys ready? Ow. Go! Ow. Go, go, go. It's so funny with this model because this model doesn't really have like knockback physics, so I'm just like rocking back and forth. I'll just sit here. Birthday bash, yippee! Yeah. Finger guns. Oh, sorry, Dakota. I'm sorry. I didn't see you down there. I didn't feel you down there. I'm sorry, buddy. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Unless someone. Oh, there's cheese. Wait, there was cheese. Oh my god, Atomic Chicken Taco. Thank you for the 10 biddies. Thank you. So even the devil can cry. You mean 1 more minute? Wait. Oh my god, kill. Okay. Oh my god, 2 minutes. Okay, I see. I understand now. I understand now. You got 2 more minutes on the clock. I don't remember having cheese. Hi, Chicken Taco. Thank you for the 10 biddies. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are you doing, by the way? As I get annihilated. I'm just gonna take a sip of my drink. Anyways, I started blasting. Blah, blah, blah. Ow, I got bonked. Means more chances for our PC to blow up. Yeah, your guys' goal is to
Yeah, I can't throw
is to blow up my PC.
It's really hard to do that, and it takes a lot of
cry.
energy to throw to you or face.
Yeah, I can't throw anymore. It's really hard to do that, and it takes a lot of energy to throw to your face. Ow. Owie. Ow. How many... Are we almost like done yet? Wait. Okay, 60 seconds. Dude, this is the longest 2 minutes of my life. Ow. 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 Teresa's just watching me. She's like, lol. Thank you for checking in, Meow. Thank you. 15 seconds left. 15! Oh my god, hi Blob! Hello! Happy birthday, Aura! Thank you, Blob! Thank you, thank you! Thank you so much! And thank you for the level 7 hype train! What the heck, you guys are crazy! Yar! Okay, okay. Unless there's one more. Wait, what's this? Stir the pot! Tomorrow! What is this? Choo choo! I got this emote. Unless there's one more. No, going once, going twice. Where is it? Dude, I can't find it. Oh, it's right here. Ow. Okay, okay. You guys. Okay, okay. Okay, you guys are done. There we go. You guys got a few extra seconds. Pug. Choo choo. Amazing, amazing. Meow. Yeah. I need to make a macro name to throw things at Aura. Yeah. W scam. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you. More chances to blow my PC up. Anyways. We got Fubuki. Bless the cards. Fubuki is right here. Ta-da. Bless the cards. Happy birthday, Awa Lin! Happy birthday to you too! Happy birthday to you too, Lin! Cutie! Thank you for the lurk, Flan. Thank you, thank you. Happy birthday, Lin. We can still throw, even though the fun minute is over. W birthday! Yippee! Fubuki. Iroha. Chloe. Chloe. Aqua. Ow. Oh, I see a sweet stick. Oh, Callie. Hi, Callie. Sick, here's your Callie card. It's shiny, too. I still need to finish my present for you. I'll give it to you a little later. My god, thank you, Lid. Thank you. Your wife. You mean your father. Wait, no, wait, what? Husband? Father? That too. Your father and husband. Wait. Wait. Your daddy? Kelly. Sweet Chan! My person I love dearly. Sweet Chan! Mwah. Mwah. Sweet. There we go. Lapuros. I love Suisse. That's so me. Literally me. Don't let Hong Lu kiss her too. Mwah. Oh no, Hong Lu, no. Also, look, I can take off Hong Lu's I can take off his coat. Fubuki really did bless his pack. I can take off his coat. Right. Oh, Suisse. Oh my god, Suisse, no! Suisse down! We have a Suisse down. How do we do this? Oh. Unsay so Hong Lu. There we go. It's a hat now. A plus. Oh my god, Ame! Hat. Sachi, this is for you. Ame. Hi, GMK. Thank you for checking in. How are you doing? I have a plush of my wife, father, husband coming from Omokat this week. Ame. Shiny Ame. I love you so much, Ame. Sobbing, cries. Ame. Oh my god, Risu! I love Risu so much. If you guys haven't noticed, I don't know, it's been my sound alerts for or my alert sounds for a long time. Feeling good. Thanks, Stick, for the gifted sub. Heck yeah, Risu. I can't roll my R's. But yeah, my alert sounds are actually Risu. I sampled I sampled them from her YouTube channel. So like my raid one, my follow one, and I don't remember what other ones I have, but I sampled her like silly voice. This is Suisse cover. Suisse, bless my pulls. Silly Risu noises, yeah. Hey, I'm glad you're doing good, GMK. I'm glad you're doing good. Whoa. Ina! Ah! Oh, oh, my Yoshi. Ina! Ina! I love her. Oshi pull. It would be crazy if I pulled a signed Ina card. It'd be crazy. Wouldn't it? Right? You need Suisse plushie to open a pack. You wanna open a pack next time, Suisse? Ina, my Oshi. Put that right here. Porka? Why is there two Porkas? Signed Wartame card, trust. Wartame. Crazy. I was crazy once. Why is there two Porkas? Hi, Ira. Hello. Virus. Yo, Virus. Ira. I'm sorry, I cannot write. Wartame. You mean Sunsugar card? Iris is Iris. Metal pipe giving PTSD. The factory must grow. I will. Whoa. Iris, I'm Virus. Or Iris, I'm Iris. Virus. Dochi. I am me. Dochi. Oh, I see something. Mona! Hey, Mona! My other Oshi. My other Oshi, because she's purple. You shall get the signed rare of Suisse, I prayed. Thank you, Iroh. Thank you. Hey, Mona. Fruitians slip their aura. Hey, Mona. I love Mona. Oh, Crony. Hi, Crony. It's a Crony. Say hi to Crony. Crony. Oshi pull again. Opening how many box? I only have one. I only have one. Wait. Ame! Oh. Dachi. Wait. Did I pull Ame earlier? Yeah. It was the other pack. Ame! Ame. Me. Cute. Way. Oh my god. Aqua! Cute. Oh, yeah. Aqua, I miss you. This is so cute. I don't think I have this card. I don't think so. Wait, this is perfect. She's got balloons. And it's my birthday. Cute. I was thinking of buying a TCG box also. Vanguard, DZLB, TO2. Oh, cute onion. Cute onion. Wah. Ah. We match. This was my top loader. We match now. Da. You say we match. Mwah. Hey. We match now. Perfect. Okay, we say, bless my pack, please. Bless my pack. Delay. Bless my pack. Mama, mama, mama. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Papa goose, papa. Is this a Project Sakai song? It is. It's a cover. What's your favorite color? Favorite color? Purple. I know because I suck at it every time I try for expert. What? Ah! My god. Dakota! Dakota! Dakota, what's up? Dog does not like Lapras. Here. I'm wearing shorts. Dakota, come here. Come here. Come here. Happy birthday, Awa. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you. Thank you, Priscilla. How are you doing? Welcome in. Anyways, Lapras. Wait, this is not Lapras. This is Shion. This is not Lapras. This is Shion. I think it's not just happy birthday, but happy birth. Oops. Shion. Minor. Minor. VTuber mistake. Well, you didn't know Lemmy, so we're both fake. Apparently, garlic. Garlic. Oh, yeah, hello, come here. Can you guys see Dakota's tail? Hey, Dakota! Look, Dakota's tail's wagging. It's behind me. Oh yeah, I love this artist. Shion the Menace. May she be menace to society another way. Okay. Shion. Or has a tail. Or playing off her tail as her dogs. Bark a dog. Shubaru. Shuba shuba. Oh my god, Louis. I love Louis. Hi, Louis. Louis. Very smug. I like this. Oh. And Aki. Aki Rosenthal. Lamy. Ollie! Ollie! I love her, even though she's like... I love Ollie, even though she's a freaky. W Ollie pull. Shuba! Shuba! Ollie! Shiny one, too. Oh, Louis! We got Ollie, and we got Louis. Aqua. Aqua. Oh my god, wait. Aqua. Cute. Onion. Hekura. Very cute. Compeko, compeko, compeko. And there we go. There's Lapras. There's Lapras. This card's very cute too. Lapras. There's Lapras. Oh look, Shion. Oh right, yeah, the Shion. Colin D, literally. Ina, stay here. Okay, other sweet say. Bless my pack. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, sweet say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sweet say down. Sweet say down. Sweet say down. There we go. Only dupes. Only dupes. Da-da-da. Sui! Thank you, Suisei, for blessing my pack. Thank you. Sweet-chan! W Oshi pull. Heck yeah. Suisei! Oh, I forgot to ask, did we kill the box yet? Did you pull the rare card yet? Not yet. I hope we pull a rare card. we still got 4 more left. Out of the 16. Oh, okay, there's still a chance for a signed. So true, there's still a chance. Mio. Umadachi, ooh. Umya boy, ooh. Surigachi, ooh. Unya, san, ni, eat, fight. Anyways. Ooh, watame! The second last one has a rare card calling it. I will believe you, Mankey. How did I spell that wrong 3 times? Watame! The one I have, yeah, the one I think I gave you. I'm calling last pack magic. That's my bet. Heck yeah. Oh, Sora. Look at that face. So smug. Look at that face. Garlic. Shion. Bihani 321チョコセン。うらちうみゃっぽい、うみゃっぽい、ほら、そうだね。そうだね。そうだね。oh, Rain! I love her! Very shiny too. Speaking of Uma, make sure to vote if you want to watch Cinderella Grey Season 2 with us on Discord. Yeah! Are they saying poi? Uma poi. Poi. Rain! I love her. And another Azuki, but not shiny. And make sure to vote. We are watching Cinderella Grey Season 2. And it seems that Friday is winning, along with I Am Free. Oh wait, Honglu, wait. Okay, birthday of luck, let's do this. Oh my god. Mio, I've upped the chances. It's 85-15. How did you lose? Here you go, Honglu. Bless my pack. I've upped the rates. Big baller. I know, ball. Oh no, Boots! It's cause it's not my birthday, bro. Silly me. Oh, that's so true. Silly you. Rigged! But losing is the real prize. What did Honglu bring us? Thanks, Honglu. Honglu. Oh, wait. Oh, I was like, his hat. Honglu blessed us with Fubuki. Hear me out. Playing blackjack with Uno cards. Must confirm. Is Aura in math first? Fubuki. What if it's an 85% lose rate? That's crazy. Noel. Tropical beam. Well, that's some kind of blessing. Ah, damn it. I got work soon. Yo, thank you for stopping by. Good luck at work soon. We'll miss you. What? Blair? What? Shion? I can win big soon. Shion? Cat. Oh, shiny too. Meow. Yeah. Oh my god, hi James! Thank you so much for the raid! Thank you! Hi Raiders! Oh, you can't see my hand. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, James. Thank you. How is Octopath? How was your stream? Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Aura VT, but you can call me Aura for short, or Awa as well. And I am yours, wandering stargazer tomboy VTuber from the stinkest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I play games, and today's my birthday. Oh, it's my birthday. Very chill. We put a good dent in it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah, we are gambling. We're opening cards. We're gambling. We're gambling. We love Hololive. Yippee! Wait, did we hit? Not yet. We did not hit yet. We did not hit yet. There's 3 packs left though. Maybe I believe. Do you guys believe? I hope so. Why I'm also why am I saying also so much? Also, I am holding a birthday donathon little thing to help fund for my 2.0 model. But yeah, you can check. There are incentives. Let me here go. There are incentives. Also. Yeah, there are incentives. Here you go. If you don't, blah 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 blah. It's also in the pin message, by the way. It's also there. Wait, you can donate however you like. You can donate via the direct throne link in the command, or you can do it through the donation panel or gifted subs. Either way is fine. I'll have to calculate how much goes into the model fund for gifted subs, but I'll figure that out someday. Oh my god, thank you for the prime. Wait, yes, thank you for the prime. Let's go. I'll get you your silly scuffy doodle. Barista. I can barely type. What? What did I open? I can't type, dude. Oh, if I had knocked over Honglu, I am so sorry. There we go. Oh yeah, James, if you need to go ahead and get some rest, please go ahead and do so. We're gonna be here for like a little while longer and stuff. Yeah. No, Flakes! Ah! I'm so... Ugh. I just realized you're using military time on the top right. Yes. Yeah. I gotta head to bed, but have a great birthday and rest the stream. Thank you, James, for the raid. Thank you so much. I hope you get some good rest. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, if you guys don't know who Teva Barista is, also known as James. He is an amazing streamer and also very, very talented as well. He makes like cocktails out of or inspired from like Honkai Star Rail characters. It's so cool. You guys should go check him out. He's so cool. Hey, thank you so much, James. Thank you. Adachi is still rotting in prison since 2012. Hold on now. Sakura. Matsuri? The shiny? No. The hollow. Matsuri. Ah, Azuki. Shiny Azuki. Very pretty. Fauna. What if we make the bro to do Olympus company inspired drinks? My god, wait. That'd be insane. I would love that. I would love that. Also, I think I saw a message above. Also, we have tiramisu cake that or devoured and didn't care to share. It's still in the fridge. It hasn't been cut yet. Sorry. Hello. Look, it's Fauna. Tiramisu. Yeah, I got a tiramisu cake. Okay, who else is blessing cards? Who else is blessing us? Dude, what the heck? That fauna is so sick. Yeah. It's so pretty. Oh, wait, I didn't notice the upside down like art. Wait, it's you. It you. Oh. Oh. Wait, that's so cool. That's so sick. More like tear for me. Give me. Chat. Let my Ishi kiss the next pack Awa. Wait, what? I must have opened 3 or 4 boxes of this and I've never seen that card. Dude, this is so sick. I love this. This is so cool. I love fauna. Man, I love fauna. Okay. You know what? Everyone, can you bless the pack, please? No. Everyone here, bless the pack right now. Right now. I don't care what you do to bless. You can kiss your monitor. You can kiss your phone. You can have someone else kiss it. No making out with the... no licking the pack. Hey, whoa, hey. Hey, what I say, no licking the pack. Can't stop me. Ishi and Gregor both kissed it. Thank you. Sniff the cards for good luck. I did it. Bless the pack. A signed card is in here. Eofi! Wait. I love Eofi. I love our alien. Lick. Eofi, I love her. Koyori. Luna. I thought her name was a lo-fi for the longest. Lo-fi. Luna. Kanata. I miss you, Kanata. We all do. Our fallen angel. Ipitenchi. Rip Kanata. Huh. Matsuri. Wait, this is shiny. What? Wait, is this a different hollow pattern? Did we pull this already? Oh, this is a different hollow pattern. Look, this is a different hollow pattern. This one, you can't really see, but... yeah, this is a different hollow pattern. What the heck? Dog, this is the third Matsuri. Make room for the others. That's such a pretty card, I know. Very cute. Wow. Kanata, San Matsuri won. Kanata. Roboko. Roboko. Hako's bells. There we go. Correct orientation, by the way. There we go. Amazing. Signed grads must go crazy for bidding. I used to have a signed graduated member, and then I traded it for a signed Ina. Because I need my Oshi. Apparently Bae fans greet their Bae plushes upside down. Dude, it's so funny. I think like places where Bae plushies are sold, all her plushies are like upside down. Callie. Callie. What? Dude. That's sick, yeah. Dude, it's the art, the music video art for that one, for her one of her songs, her first ones. Mori album, yeah. Oh wait, I have that album, I think. Hi Shadow, hello, how you doing? How you doing? Okay. Mankey said second to last pack may have something. Yep, Mio says last pack magic. This one's the last pack, I think. Yes, I believe. Who's right, Meow or Mankey? I thought it was last pack magic for a sec. Oh, whoops. Oh, the first card. Meow, meow.
No confidence.
True. Choco. What? Iris. It's Iris. Iris. What? Botan. Hoa. Ayame. Oh, Botan again. Meow. Yeah. Korone. Korone. Oh, another Korone. Yes, I believe. Korone, but again, wait, I don't have this card. After this, we are doing a birthday 10 pull in Limbus. Is this a sign? This is so cute. I don't have this card. This is so cute. I love this Korone. Meow. And another Mume. My no confidence blessed it. Wait, what the heck? I've never seen that card either. Right. I've opened, I think, volume 2 twice. This is the second time. And I've never seen that card before. Mume. Okay. Last pack, last pack, last pack. Let's go. Last pack magic. I think about the Mume fan. I've seen like 6 times cosplayed as Mume every time. I was wrong. No, Mickey. Last pack magic. Woo. Blessed by Suisei, Hongwu, and chat. Here you go, guys. Here you go. Bless. I hope he's okay. Bless. Bless. Speaking of Limbus, did you see the teasers? I saw. It was like trending on my Twitter. I was like, Gregor? My ears. Ah. Gregor, big word. What is the last pack? Give us. Anya. God, he's so hot. Is this a Japanese cover of that Mariah Carey song? Sadly, no. It's never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Hi, Goober. Hi, Hands Goober. How you doing? Hello. But Anya. Well, Rickroll isn't playing anymore, you know, right? Unironically, I love this song with the passion. Wait, is it playing? It is. It is. But in Japanese. Ha. Korone. Ha. Sweet-chan. Hi, Flan. Hello, cards. Sweet-chan. Thank you. Lapulus. Thank you for checking in. Thank you for the lurk, Flan. Thank you. Lapulus. Eating a chicken nugget, I think. He thinks. Huh. Aqua. Thank you for the care package, Flan. Thank you, thank you. Aqua. Huh. Kanata. Thank you for the head pat too. Thank you, thank you. Kanata. Oh, whoops. Soda. Soda. Oh, ですね. Okay. Huh. Oh my god, boobies! What? Boobies! Whoa, so many. The anticipation. Holy boobas. My goodness. Whoa. Booba, whoa. Marine. Last pack magic. This allowed? Marine, my captain, oh my captain. Banned during birthday GG's. TOS. 3 blessings for boobas. Okay, and then the last one. Oh! Ollie. I love this art. 2.5D. It was Ollie. Disrespectfully. Whoa. Look at this Ollie card. It's so cool. Honkshu. Honkshu. I love this. I have her scale and it's my Hololive pride and joy. Heck yeah. So we're just moving on now. I don't know card rarities in this, but 2 full arts in a row is crazy. Oh, I think the last card in every pack is always like a sideways. Yeah. the last card is always like a sideways one. That's nice. Yeah. But yeah, no signed card. Sadly, I need to hide the marine behind Cordone. Wait, so what was the pull from this box? Did we go crazy style? Not really. We got a lot of shiny cards though. A lot I think I don't have. Like I don't have this Fubuki card, I think. I don't have this one. I definitely don't have this one. Pain. Vice is so much pain. Your more album art. Wait, that's such a pretty card, right? It's so pretty. I don't have this one. I don't have this one. I got 2 cronies, but they're different hollow patterns. No signed card, correct? Yeah, no signed card. So sad. Just because I love her. Hi, Glitch. Hello. Bro, I have like 8 Hololive decks, and they just collected dust. Just sign it yourself. That's crazy. That's insane. Oh, 7 points. Wait, I want to see. No. If you have any Mori cards. Oh my god, or a signed Ino card. I do have business cards. No one bet no. You guys believed in me. But the box didn't come through. So sad. Wait, let's see. I don't remember. But we did pull a shiny Cali card. It's very shiny. Like I designed Aura business cards. Yeah. Well, I just didn't bet. Does that count? It's okay. We have shiny cards. I like shiny cards. And add more to my collection. I'm guessing we do the mass point clear at the end? Yes. At the end. Near the end. Oh. That was the unboxing. I have to clean the other side. Happy birthday, Aura. Thank you, Huyu. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. But I am happy. Ina? Say? 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 And our top loaders, we say. Happy birthday, one stinker and older. 1 year stinkier and older. Limbus 10 pull, Limbus 10 pull. Let's go. Okay, let me like clean up. Limbus company, Limbus. Clean up a little bit. We can merge the accounts while we cannot see. Okay, let me. Where's my do not disturb? There we go. Can I just do it on my phone? Actually, wait, was Limbus Company a mobile game? Yes. It's also on PC too. There's a reflection. Wait, can you wait? There we go. Oh, whoops. There we go. You guys just see yourself. Oh, wait. Ah, my game client's not up to date. Ah. So, when is their cake? Ooh, what game is this? It's Limbus Company. Limbish Company. Gotcha game. Oh my god, us. So true, bestie. Limbus Company. Okay, I am up to date now. Yeah, it's the maintenance day today. Okay. God dang it, bro. This is so scuffed. There we go, you guys can see yourself. I log in. Oh my god. Ma, look, I made it on the big screen. Oh my god, I have to download. Okay, hold on. At least know you reflection. Yeah, I had to like make sure, so I had to like do this. You guys get to look at yourself. Wow. And me, look at that. There's me. Guys, say hi to the camera. Oh my god, I have a pimple. Can I go in the game? Can I get in? Hi, Kemora. God, you ugly reflect me. Can I log in? Na, na, ba, ba. Okay. Let me collect my stuff. And we do one pull. Which banner should we pull on? Should we pull on the Ishmael? The mobile version is slow sometimes, yeah. Should I pull on the Ishmael or Rhodia? Where are we pulling on? 110 pull. On Ishi. Both I can only do one. I can only do 110 pull. Okay. Streamer birthday luck! Time to do a funny add to throne gotcha funds. Dude, I can't click. Ooh. No! No! It's okay. Oh, hi, Faust. Hi, Faust. Hello. Oh, that was the only new one. Well, oh well. We have one 2-star ID at least. We have one, and it's new. It's new. Okay, that's all I got. That's all I got. New. It is new. Shiny and fresh. There we go. Oh, I need a drink break. Oh no, get Aura UID. Refill her account with so much rose. I'm gonna read the birthday messages we wrote in actually an hour. In 1 hour. Hi Ken, thank you for checking in. How are you doing? Hi, hello, happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, Koyo, what's up? Hey buddy. Let's give her 100 USD for the lunacy. Hi buddy. Hello. Hey Dakota. On her tips page. Hey Dakota, hello. How you doing? Boop 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 boop. Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Okay, let me. Oh, wait. That one's Stream Elements. I mean, I don't. Oh my god. I do have another one in my panels. That one's Streamlabs though. I am broke. I forgot. I have a Streamlabs one in my panels. Oh wow, Crystal Melody. I read your name like it's your full government name. Happy birthday! Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, this should be like below here. I don't know why it was above. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. What's my name, or? Sachiko Hitsuji Yama. Like a girl, a full legal name. Hi, Myoji-kun. Hi, Myoji-kun. You're goddamn right. Heck yeah. What's my name? Muddy Dressy. That's your name. Hi, ora, 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 ora. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Sad to see VT. What's my name? Hi, Zen X13245. Yeah, Muddy Dressy doesn't sound like you're saying a full legal name, because that's just what a lot of people just say, Muddy Dressy. Unshortened. Oh my god, wait. I want to go visit Noah because it's also his birthday. Can we go? Let me pull up his stream. Hold on. Okay, well, Stetson, I need you to sadly, hush. Can we go visit Noah? Where's my webcam? Guys, say goodbye to the webcam. Bye, webcam. Nope, that's connections. I hate connections. Get out of here. Bye, webcam. Bye. I'm still gonna be here. Connections makes me insane. Dude, connections is just rage bait. Where's my window for Noah the dog? Like literal loony house. No, webcam. Noah the dog. It's also his birthday, guys. Go visit him. Let's say hi. Noah the dog. First time gambling, by the way. I'm dead. I'm watching his stream. No. Happy birthday, twin. Happy birthday, twin. Oh, well. Noah the dog. Hi guys, my name is Aurora. Yes. Guys, we gotta back out. Guys, we gotta back out. I've been caught. I've been caught. I've been caught. I'm either. But yeah, that's Noah the dog. That's him. I can do this. Noah underscore Oh yeah, that's them. I'm watching or stream, watching no stream, watching or stream, watching no. Oh my god, we're gonna watch you stream his stream, streaming your stream. That's streaming his stream as he's streaming your stream. Too much content, too much content. But yeah, that's twin. That's birthday twin. Oh my god, kiss the melody. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you for the care package. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I kind of want to visit my Animal Crossing island because it's my birthday. I kind of want to go visit there. See who wants to celebrate my birthday with me on Animal Crossing. Speaking of birthdays, my birthday is March 12th. Ooh, March 12th. Heck yeah. Yeah, let's go visit. Let's go visit my island. Okay, we're gonna bring back Will Stetson. I'll bring him back. Will Stetson. He'll be very quiet though because I think I'll have from Animal Crossing. I'll bring so many things. Okay. To move my chat over because they will be able to Actually, should I also go visit Legend ZA because I feel like because Nurse Joy made me input my birthday, so might as well go visit there too. Oh, yeah, I already have it open because I never like exit out of it. Speaking of birthdays, my birthday is January 9th and it already passed. And I feel ancient. That's gonna be me when it's gonna be like November. Let's go. I'm already here. I might as well go. I'm already here. Let's go. Which Pokemon Center should I visit? Hi Reaper, hello. Currently hunting for shiny Ralts. I'll give you after catching until I run out of calories in my donut. Still have 2k calories. Oh, thank you Reaper. Thank you, thank you. 2027 and Aura will be ancient. Ah, the trash fell. Oh, you guys are old. /J/kindness. Next to the hotel? Yeah, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Okay, I'm back. my dad gave me money. I low-key wanna battle you. No, don't battle me. No. No, don't battle me. Okay, Nurse Joy. Can you give me money too? Money to use on Limbus for gambling? Or who's your favorite starter? Can be from any version. I love Oshawott. Oshawot's my favorite. I love the little guy. Never mind, I'm good. Should buy more packs. That's crazy. A little bit. Win. I love Oshawott. Heck yeah. I can't hear the Pokemon. There we go. I can hear it now. Sorry, music. I want to hear the Pokemon. Oh wait, you guys can see my Pokemon as well. Anyways, Nurse Joy, are you gonna give me a happy birthday? I am in the Fennekin Club. Heck yeah. Oh. Oh my goodness, joyeux anniversaire! We wish you a happy birthday, Awa! Wait, this is so cute! That's so cute! Oh my god! Ah, Kia! Oh my god, in French, that's so cute, yeah! She's so cute, wishing you a birthday. Does we have a gift? Do we have a gift? Can you give me a Master Ball? I do hope this will be a wonderful year for you. Each and every day. I don't think we get a gift. Anyways, can we heal your Pokemon? Give me a Master Ball right now. That's so cute. Okay, here, have my Pokemon. Happy birthday! Anyways, can we heal your Pokemon, please? I think that was it. But yeah. You guys wanna... Yeah, look, I have a Tinkaton. Happy birthday! Anyways, it'll be $50 to heal your Pokemon. Did we get scammed? You guys wanna see my Tinkaton? It's an alpha! Guys, look at my Tinkaton! Look! Go to every single shop and demand free stuff. Happy birthday! Anyways, can we do work? It's a work day. Ta-da! Look at my Tinkaton. He's so cute. Is her name Girl Boss? I haven't named her. I haven't named her yet. But she will be Girl Boss. She will be Girl Boss. She can cutely squash me with that hammer. She's so cute. Yeah, look at that. Her hammer kind of takes up almost the whole screen. Wait. Hey, Tinkaton, come here. No, wait. No, come here. Oh my god, I love the giant hammer. Tinkaton, come here. There we go. Girls get it. Done type shit. Girl boss. Her hammer is huge. Oh wait, no, she's gone. Oh, there she is. I wonder if she gets her nails. Love characters who are small but have big... Oh my god. Hatchet? Where are you going? Hello! Wait, do you guys want to see my... Oh, yeah. Oh. Huge hammer for big hearts. Yeah! Right, right. Where's my box full of shinies? Where is it? There we go. Right, there it is. Ta-da! See, I named my Pansage Parsley. If for real, just Pokemons are Amy Rose. Pink Marie! Yeah, it's the free one from the side quest. I still haven't evolved him. Ta-da! And then this guy, or I mean gal. I don't like the colors though. It's who are you using from the ones I gave you? I haven't touched them yet because I'm still leveling up I'm still leveling up these guys. I still don't have a level 100 team. but soon TM. I'll get to the ones. I'll get to the ones after I level 100 team. Oh yeah. But yeah, let's see. I think that's it. Meanwhile, me too, box full of level 100 teams. let's go into Animal Crossing. and see who wants to celebrate my birthday. Which one of my islanders wants to celebrate my day? and it's been like 10 million years. Oh. Save data will be updated due to the new release version. Let me just... Oh, hello. Make sure there's nothing that will dox me. Okay. Ricotta tree. Yippee! Animal Crossing. Hi Zozo, thank you for the care package. Thank you. Right, almost time to read the birthday cards as well. Still loading. Ugh. You're welcome, Auntie. Me and oh my god, Auntie. What the heck? You guys want to guess how much money my dad gave me? Oh, holy flowers! I forgot. holy flowers. One honey, $1. 2,000. Oh my god, I wish. Dude, I wish. That'd be too. I'd be like, Dad, that's so much. Dakota wants in. That's a lot of flowers. yeah. $67. 1,999. Drum roll. The answer is. I can't do a drum roll. 100. 1 honey. This is going towards my model funds. Dad sponsored my model funds. Hi Isabel, it's been so long. I haven't seen you since a few weeks ago. Good evening, everyone. Oh, I kind of forgot that I named my island this, and I don't remember why. Right now in Hokiboshi, it's 9:52 p.m. on Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. Island superstar Aura is also celebrating a birthday today. Yippee! Happy birthday! Isabel! Now for additional announcements. I have a surprise announcement. A hotel has been built on the island's pier. Pier. I'm an auntie actually, but I haven't seen my niece in a long while because she is a daughter of my older brother who I don't talk to. Actually, yeah, wait, I am an auntie. I am an auntie, technically. Her clap sounds are so cute and mini when her hands ain't even touching. That's so true. We hope the hotel and the island's natural beauty will draw lots of visitors. The hotel will open as soon as the hotel staff finish their preparations. Residents hoping for a peek inside should head to the island's pier. And with that, I'll get back to work supporting you and your enjoyment of our island. Cute. I love Isabel. She is so cute. Okay, which one of my islanders wants to celebrate my birthday? Who loves me? Molly? No, that's not Molly. Molly's, I think... a different duck. Pom Pom. There you are. Hello. Hey, oh my god. Hey, bestie. You're going to come take a walk with me. Stay close. I don't want to lose track of you, bestie. I got bestie. Who else wants to celebrate my birthday? I didn't know that I was best friends with Pom Pom. Oh my god, wait, I forgot. Yuka and a frog. I forgot his name. Oh my god, wait, look at the little bow that Pom Pom has. That's so cute. And Yuka too. I finished your Geometry Dash level that I made for you. Oh my god, wait, thank you, Jesse. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Wait. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Oh my god! Well, at least I think that's Yuka. I don't remember. I've been secretly planning you a birthday party, Aura. You haven't visited us in like 10 million years, so we've been secretly planning this from the last time you were here. Lol. I'll probably record it, then post it to my YouTube channel so you can see it. Heck yeah. Bet planning it was easy with you gone for 2 weeks. Damn beauty for me. Beat me to it, yeah. I wonder if the people who celebrate your birthday with you are random or actually carefully selected by seeing who you hang out with the most. I don't know how Animal Crossing works. It's the second one. I think it's who you hang out the most and who you talk to the most. I didn't know I was like besties for real with Pom Pom. I didn't know that, but I guess I am. Oh, she's so cute. I love Pom Pom. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah. I forgot the frog's name. I'm sorry. Gotta mute so I can record this level. So secretly that I thought you didn't want to come back to Animal Crossing. Now, stand in front of the cake, make a wish, and blow out the candles by pressing A. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god. Ribito? What's your name? Tad! There you go, that's his name. Listen up. Go stand in front of the cake. Focus your mind. Concentrate. See victory in your mind. Then press A. And that's how you can blow all of the candles out at once. Slurp. Your name Yuka? Or is that a different koala? Oh no, I got it. My goodness, there's something about seeing candles on a cake. It just lights me up. Well, go on, Aura. Today is your day. Press A and blow out those beautiful candles. Look at this. Need to screenshot this. I just had the most awkward situation. Oh no, what happened, Flem? What happened? They're waiting for me to blow out the candles. Oh my god, are those cream puffs over there? That's so cute. They planned this for me. Now I just gotta edit it so it doesn't have anything except the winning playthrough in it. Oh ho ho. This is so cute. I didn't make a wish. Yay! Oh my god, ow. They turned on the lights. Happy birthday! Here's a birthday present from all of us, Aura. What? What? We all spent a couple of nights. A couple of nights. Just a couple. Okay, I'm back. My mom also came in and gave me a red envelope. I still think this is so funny. We all spent a couple of nights thinking about what you'd like. A couple of nights, huh? I I believe you. I think you guys spent a couple of years thinking of what to get me. I think you'll really like your Prezi this year. Oh my gosh, she shortened Prezi present to Prezi. Yes, bestie. You won't know what's inside until you open it. Oh, almost forgot. I have one more Prezi for you today, Aura. What? I worked in 3 times speed to do all my tasks and watch a while a little bit longer, and my boss came in and asked me to work slower because it could be bad for a product. I looked at him with so angry eyes that he said, like, bro, I'm just trying to do your work easier. What the fuck? Prezi is such a cute way to say present. Yeah, that's so cute. I have to go get it ready, so wait here just a sec. Gosh, Pom is so— oh my god! Alright, direct your attention to the ceiling! Kababoo! Wait, kabam! What? Kabamboo! Check it out, that's your surprise Prezi! Check it out, that thing hanging from the ceiling? That's a piñata, if you didn't know. And they are fab. They're fabulous. We all got together and made it just for you, Aura. There are other prezzies inside the piñata, so hit it with all you've got. I got a stick! We'll get going soon as you're ready. Just let me know when you want to start swinging that stick. Yay! Oh my god, wait, look at this sign. It's so cute. Oh, and the 4-leaf clover. That's cute too. This is so adorable. I miss playing Animal Crossing. I should play Animal Crossing more. They moved the table specifically for this moment. I love this. I'm ready. Ah, Kuma! Kuma Muma, thank you so much for the birthday wish. Thank you. How are you doing? Hello. You ready? Fabulous! It's time to start the piñata party! Hey, Aura. I need you on standby under the— ow! Under the piñata. Now the piñata won't break with some soft widow thwicky thwacks. Birthday metal pipe, hope you like it. Now the piñata won't break with some soft widow thwitty thwacks. Actually, you know what? I love Pom Pom. Truly besties. We are truly besties for real. You've got to smack that thing. Yeah, smack that thing. When I say go, start mashing A like your B-Day depends on it. Smackety smack. Ready? I know you are. Set. This is totes exciting. Go! What if I just stood here? Can I just stand here? Batter up. Get in there. Just leave. I can't leave. I have to smack it. I have to smack the piñata. I can't leave. They won't let me leave. They won't let me leave. Ah. Ah. More! Give me my presents! Hello? How many... Dude, how many... There we go. Oh my god, cupcakes! Woo, you cracked that thing open like a coconut on the sidewalk. You get birthday cupcakes. Cupcakes! These birthday cupcakes are our birthday present to you. So what you're saying, it's less a birthday party and more kidnapping. Kind of true. I like logged in and she was just waiting at my door. Like, I got a little surprise for you. Haha. Yeah, come with me. Ho 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 ho. There's a bunch, but you still can't eat them all by yourself. You'd never have room for them all. You should totes consider giving some to your friends. That'd be trade generous. And that's it. What did you think? Pretty trendy party, right? For them. Ow. I hope the rest of your birthday is all sparkles and laser beams. And for me to work. Okay, Sachi. Okay, thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Yes, I think my birthday is all sparkles and laser beams. Oh my goodness. Also, Pom Pom is so cute. She is so cute. We are besties. Cake is, you know, always top notch. But the cakes you eat on your birthday, they taste special, don't they? But I will be there on mobile. Like a Versace, yeah. What do you have to say, Tad? We all picked out a present for you. I was saying you needed weights. And maybe more weights. But everyone overruled me. Dude, he's such a sport head. He's so sporty. Actually, me and Tad are next door neighbors. Hi, Yuka. Today, you're 1 year older. Oyun! Hi, Oyun. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Hi, Raiders. My name is Aura VT, but you can call me Aura for short or Awa as well. And I am your wandering stargazer, tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. Hello. Oh yeah, I do art and I play games, and I'm currently celebrating my birthday today. Yay! Yippee! We opened up some Hololive like TCG packs. We didn't get a signed card, sadly, but it was fun. It was still fun. But yeah. But yeah, we just got off of Pokemon Legends ZA to see what they say to me on my birthday, and now we're here on Animal Crossing because I haven't played in like years. Hi, Aura, I have to sleep. A happy birthday. Hope you have an amazing birthday. Have lots of fun and eat lots of good food. Yeah, thank you, Oyun. Thank you so much for the raid once again. Thank you, thank you. I remember I was simping badly over one Rhino villager, and it's not Meringue, who I also love. Ooh. Get raided. Welcome in. Hello. Happy birthday. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, yeah. But Yuka, let's see. Today, Aura, you're 1 year older and one step closer to adulthood. Is Yuka saying that I'm a baby? Yuka is saying I'm a baby. Oh, don't worry, sweetie. You wear your years extremely well. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think Yuka's saying that I look good for my age. But yeah, Raiders as well. If you guys need to go ahead and get some rest, please go ahead and do so. In about like 21 minutes, I'll be reading my birthday card that I have not looked at. So yeah. If you guys also, you know, if you guys also want to sign the birthday card, here's the command for it. Oh, I should probably take out that last thing. I am not I am not gonna be streaming until 1 a.m. But yeah, I'll be reading them in like 20 minutes. But yeah, I also have a birthday donathon as well. I am also hosting a birthday donathon, completely optional. If you want to support in funding my 2.0 model, here are the incentives and all of that. The way you donate, you can donate however you like. If you want to give subs, you can do that. If you want to donate through the panels, feel free to do that. If you want to donate through the direct link on my throne, it should be in the pinned message. Or if you do !, dono, it should be there. But yeah. Yeah, completely optional. If you just want to chill here, that's completely fine as well. I am not forcing anyone to donate. It's Spike. Ooh, this man is so handsome. Oh, don't worry. Oh, wait, I read that. I just uploaded the showcase for your birthday level. Sorry about the quality. It's okay, it's okay. I'll have this, let me, like, get this so we can look at it. It looks way better in game, to be honest. Thank you, Yuka. Thank you, Pad. Thank you, Pong Pong. Thank you. Mwah, kisses. Kisses. Bye, everyone. I hate to look up, for Spike, cause God, this older gruffy gentleman. Wait, Dachi. I see a pattern. Dachi, I'm sensing a pattern. I hate to leave, guys, but Heading home, Aura? Today was so fun. I already can't wait until next year. I may have a type. Had fun doing what? Birthday. Yippee! Holy flowers! Happy birthday to me! It's always nice getting to celebrate with good cake and good friends. I don't know what they gave me for my birthday. I want to open that present. So Akihiko isn't gruffy. Oh, hello? My phone is ringing. Hello? As I hold a ladder.
Hello, this is Tommy from Nook's Cranny. We've sent a
I forgot.
We've sent a payment to your bank account for 17,232 bells for what you left in the drop-off box. Thank you for using the service. Hope to see you in the shop soon.
Heck yeah, I got money. Okay. Luna? Oh, wait. I don't remember who Luna is. Okay, the HHA. Thank you. Mother! My dear Aura, do you remember when we first met? Of course not, silly. But it was on this very day. If that's not wait, what? if that's not cause if what? I can't read for some reason. If that's not cause what? Or if that is not a cause, I don't know. If that's not cause to celebrate a cause occasion, I was like, isn't there supposed to be an A before cause? That's not a cause to celebrate. I don't know what is. Happy birthday, mom. Thanks, mother. Animal Crossing mother, thank you. Give me the present. Who's this? Dreams of designing islands. Delightful. There is a region of dream. Ah, I remember who this is now. There's a region of dream space I wish to show you, where friends may gather and islands can be decorated with furniture and plants and more. Curious? You need only seek to slumber in your bed. Sleep well, Luna. How's the anteater? I remember now. I want to see what my friends gave me. Actually, I don't know which one they gave. I think it was this one. I hope. I hope your Ora Mama also gave you something. She gave me money. She gave me a red envelope. I don't know how much she gave. Gave me money and she cut up my cake. My mom gave me $20. This will also go towards my model funds. Can she also give me money?
Yahoo!
Truck-kun, PK, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome in. Hello. My mom gave me like 5k rubles. Welcome in, Truck-kun. Welcome. Let's see what my friends gave me. Party flooring. I need to see this. And this is from mother. Mom's homemade cake. Wait. I have 2 of them now. I want to see what this flooring is. Wait, let me go in my house. You guys want a house tour? How do I open the lights? 65 USD? This. There we go. Oh my god, I forgot that this was my house. Oh my god. I have cake here. Nom, 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 nom. And another one. Nom, 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 nom. Oh. Nom, 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 nom. And my Switch. Oh, what? Tad! Didn't I just see you? Hello? And also happy KK birthday is playing too. Hi JP, hello. Dad wants you, bro. Nah. Hi JP, thank you so much. Thank you. How are you doing? Bro, Tad, what? Hi. Hello, did I just see you? Oh, is this a bad time? I felt like hanging out, so here I am, slurp. She was evacuated from the womb. Goober. It's okay, Tad. It's okay. I forgot that this was my house, honestly. Also, I kind of forgot that I had, like, KK slider stuff on my walls. Da-da. Da-da-da. Actually, do you know what time you were born? I remember my mom telling me that I was born in the morning. I don't know what time in the morning. She just told me I was born in the morning. I'll let Tad hang out for like a little bit and let me like 10 p.m. if I remember correctly. Oh. Yeah, my mom told me I was born in the morning. No idea what time I was born. I just know my birthday. Hey Tad, what's up? Oh, almost forgot that I brought a snack. Nothing like refueling with an apple. Oh my god, an apple. Yum. He brought me a snack. I'm digging the minimalist feel you've got going on in here. It's super chill. My mom told me that I was lazy. I don't think I could work out in here though. I'd be too worried about disturbing the peace mentioned. Tad knows ball. It was supposed to be born on the 2nd. Oh my goodness. Tad knows ball. Let's go. Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes. Now tell me all the things you're blabbing behind my back. The tenacity I hold is hard to break down. Come into my ass. Dude, Tad knows ball. Tad knows P3 reload. Hey, you wanna play a game real quick? Slurp. Sure. Alright, time for the greatest card sport ever invented. High card, low card. If you get this right, I'll give you my code again. Okay. You're horrible. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ready? Let's do it. Alright, here comes the card. 2. Okay. At least it's not a 6. There, the first card is 2. Now I'm gonna draw another. Alright, I drew the card. So do you think this card is bigger or smaller than 2? Slurp. Gotta be bigger. Because what else? It can't be smaller because it has to be a 1. When is the birthday cards again? In like 8 minutes. I can do it like earlier after this. Rossetti's just staring as well. Dude, I swear to God, if it's a 1, I have like a 1 in 5 chance. It has to be larger. Okay, ready? This is the moment. Will it be the thrill of victory or the crush of defeat? Let's find out. Okay, thank God. You nailed it. It's 5. Well, like I promised, here's your code again. I don't know what that is. Oh. 25. Oh, that really pumped up my heart rate. Let's play again another time, Slurp. Cool. Oh, he's sitting on my tiger froggy chair. Like cardigan, but coat. I don't know. Can I like wear it? I guess. Isn't this just like... Yeah, this is just a cardigan, but a coat. Just 3 short from your birthday. I know. I gotta go soon, but I want to see the birthday card part. Well, I'll just burn this.
Kiki and Lala dress.
Oh, he's leaving. Oh my god. Well, I've had exactly the right amount of fun here, but I'd better go home. There's a workout calling me. Okay, see ya. I had a lot of fun. Flex here later. Bye, Tad. I love the Kiki and Lala dress. Okay, I think I can save. I've had my fun here. Okay, we can go read the birthday cards now. I can start like 6 minutes early. Save complete. See you later.
Bye.
Because my whole vibe in Animal Crossing New Horizons was a cutesy pink girl. Okay. Can I press the home button now? Okay, there we go. I pressed. Let me go play. Okay, let me grab the link to the birthday cards thingy. Okay, so it's happening now. Yeah, just like my VTuber, Sachi wants all pinks and all baby blues. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Grab the link. Okay, and then let me do the funny thing where I do this. Let's go to the music. There we go. Oh, and let me also do this. Ta-da! Oh, let me put that. Let me grab that real quick. That's birthday. Okay. Also, epic birthday song. Epic birthday song. Happy birthday, Alwas. Thank you, Banjo. Thank you. Thank you so much. How are you doing? I'm just adding some birthdays. There we go. Okay. Just woke up. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Alive Day. Thank you. Thank you. Happy. Okay. I typed this out. It's your birthday today. How close are you to 2.0? I'll have to calculate a lot of this. Oh, let me open up my three. Let's see. We had some people gift subs. We had some people tip through my panels. Some did through Throne. 1 million, one or a million. Wait, honestly, I don't know how close I am. How to calculate percentage. We should make a new number called or million. 1 billion. I don't know. How do I calculate this? 15 to 20%, perhaps. Probably. That's around. Oh yeah, 15 to 20%. Perhaps. I see. But it's okay. It's okay if you guys don't, meet the goal. It's okay. It's fine. You're banned, not the 6 to 7%. You're banned. Wait, I wrote this. Happy birthday, Aura. Happiest stinking birthday to our favorite wandering stargazer tomboy. Your old unk. Where's my cursor as well? It's not capturing my cursor? Whatever. Oh, what? Where'd it go? Hello? Where'd it go? There we go. Rats! Save them billion with us, Aura, like we do in Sap stream. She taught me limbillion. Rat. Rats. No more rat. Okay, let's get to it. Can these like go away? I can. It's blocking. It's blocking the thing. Can they go? Despair. I'm too busy to draw this year. It's okay, Banjo. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Inspect element. And yeet the divs. Wait, what? Oh, Slim. Wait. Slim. You know what? We'll just have this on here, actually. What's this? Is there a play button? Anyways. Or should I just, like... No, I actually like this. Michael. Slim! Oh, congratulations on another year in this wonderful world. I'm very glad to have bumped into you and the easygoing, positive personality that you bring to every chat. Cheers to another year and many more to come. Thank you, Slim. Oh my god, my Kami Oshi! Suisei! Suichan! Upgrade to get rid of the upgrade button for it. Hi, Batonia. Hello. Happy maternal ejection day, Awa. May your tummy be full and your scent no longer fresh out of the box. There was a card and I forgot. It's okay. It's okay. Here, I'll just slide this here. You can sign and I can like refresh it if you're when you're done. Yeah, thank you so much, Slim. Slim is so cool. Very awesome. Saint Taku, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. I clipped the rat attack. Rats. I got it time. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What the
Saint
hell? I
Taku.
donated but wasn't subbed.
Thank you for the sub, Saint Taku. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Slim. Slim is so cool, guys. So slim. Here, guys, I give like, thank you. Kitsune! Kitsune! Louder, we need the epicness to the max. Today. Your birthday today. Ora, it's your birthday. I hope you enjoy your day. I really love the vibes you have on stream whenever I have the chance to pop in. And it's been super cozy, comfy, good vibes all around. I hope you enjoy your sweet dessert or any food if you're not a sweets person. And I hope you have a very sick day. Yay! Thank you, Kitsune. Thank you, thank you. Honestly, I'm so glad, like, I crossed paths with everyone, like the new people that I've met ever since I came back. All of our circles be circling. The communities are coming together. Now you can't trust a guy named Slim. He's always shady. What about old people? I appreciate you guys too, and the day oneers as well, and the old new chatters are so sweet. I think my card was very silly. Thank you so much, Kitsune. Thank you, thank you. Day 0 here. Oh yeah, thank you. It is a day 0. Met me even before I started streaming. And interesting. And why did I scroll back up? Okay. Concho! Here we are, all with things to say, here to celebrate Aura and this special day. This time you'll be glad this limerick doesn't follow with your favorite song, Frolic. Instead, have a happy birthday song from Suisse. What? What? Hype train? Oh my goodness, another one. Wait. I'm sorry, Usan. Dang. Before 500 followers, gang here. Heck yeah. Wait, what's this? Why is we say sad? Wait, that's so cute. Wait, that was so cute. Happy birthday. Thank you, T. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? Guys, please don't. I don't want to spend another 5 billion to be conductor again. Sweet, oh my goodness. Can I replay that? That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Sadly, it's gonna get muted in the VOD. Sweet say. Oh, I'm doing great. I'm glad you're doing great. Nice, nice. I didn't expect to get another hype train. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you, Control. Thank you so much. What the heck? Glad it wasn't frolic. Ah! This counts as conductor, thankfully. Sick, thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you, thank you. How's your birthday? It's going well. Birthday is going well. I also have cake right now. My mom has cut me a slice of tiramisu cake. Dakota, you can't eat this. This is like double poison for you. Nom, 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 nom. Bum, 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 bum. That's wonderful. Yeah. And I'm happy to spend my day with you guys. I don't know, we had the goober with hands in here. Let me... I love Usan. Yeah, thank you, Concho. Thank you, thank you. Concho's very goated. Heck yeah. W Concho. Your father? Wait, who? Oh wait, no, no, no! I remember now. Oh my god, I remember. This is this is Forest Guy. I remember last night. I was like, your father. This is Forest Papa. Dear Aura, happiest birthday to you. I hope you fill yourself with all your favorite food and be with people that love you today. Thank you for choosing me to be your popsicle papa and supporting little old me. Cheers to you and hope more blessings come your way. Thank you. And oh my god, Biden. Your father is so funny. I love Forest Kai. I just died to fall damage in Repo. I feel like an idiot now. Biden blast! Happy birthday, buddy, by the way. W father. Forest Kai. Popsicle Papa. Thank you so much. Imagine Elsen. That's crazy. Kirby got road rage. W dad. I forgot to put quotes in this, so it sounds not like I meant. That's first time chatter message. Thank you for Sky. Thank you. And I was typing with one hand. You're faster. Oh, but the huh? He's. I swear. Okay, point. Okay, point. Calm down. That's my friend, by the way. Mr. Tuxinor. I haven't seen Tux in a minute. Tux, Mr. Tux. Happy birthday, Aura. Hope you have an awesome day. We all love and appreciate you. Cheers to another year of Stinky Fart Stinky. He's alive, yeah. Apparently he somehow made it to my like top 9 viewers. Oh my god. Tux, what the heck? Where are you? We miss you, brother. What the heck? He's always lurking. He's always here. He speaks. I don't even know who Tux is. Tux is one of the very first friends I made when I started streaming as a VTuber. But yeah, he's a long time friend, long time. He's a very busy penguin, building lots of igloos and sliding around and such. I don't know. Maybe he learned how to swim. An alcohol penguin. Maybe Tux learned how to swim. What the heck, Tux? Ah, Mr. Tuxinor. What the heck? What the helly? How do you not have the emote? Wait, I don't. Yeah, what's next? Oh my god, Shadows! Shadow Ritual Souls. Oh my god, I miss you, friend. Happy birthday, Aura, you oldie. Sorry I won't be there to wish it to you again, but just know that you're old and we all appreciate / love and any of the other similar stuff. What the heck? I miss you, friend. What the? Thank you so much for the birthday wish. Hello. But yeah. Why'd you tilt the shadows? Oh my goodness. Another like another viewer. He's dealing with some personal stuff, but I'm glad to know that he's still here. I'm glad to know that he took the time to send me a birthday message. What the heck? The good news is that while I'm here, know that anything saying you're old is null because of my age. We support him with all of our hearts, yeah. Are you like 60 or something? Brother, not the 67, maybe. Banned. You're banned. Oh my god. Flam! Oh my god, we're so tilted. Concho isn't that ancient. Flam! Aura, it is me, Flamfire or Flamefire. I might as well be based on what people considered old. It's me. I know I've been saying Flame's name as Flame, even though I know it's Flamefire. But I just like saying Flem. I just don't think that I exist. In such amazing day, I want to say a lot, but you probably already cried a lot. So don't worry, you can rest here for a bit. Okay, now my congratulations. Get your tears ready because you're gonna cry a lot. Because of cringe. I think I'm laughing more than crying. She cried when she pulled Ina, maybe. Happy birthday, Stinky PogChamp. This Omega Skippity Ohio Riz. Eyes on our guys. This Omega Skibbity Ohio Riz is giving you the Grand Delulu 24 karat golden edition. Labubu blessing. Hope this W alpha male material will never stop doing these Giga Chads moves. Translation: Happy birthday. P as a big hug, a big love. That's so beautiful. Oh my god. Hi, Forrest. Thank you for the birthday message. I kind of laughed so much when you said I saw your father. I'm losing so many brain cells from the card. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for him. Oh wait, there's more. Oh. By the way, only for you, I made 2 little video edits. Don't worry, it's nothing big, but I would recommend you to watch the main video first. I can't add here 2 videos, so I'll send you the second later. Anyways, enjoy! PSS. Crystal has severe brain damage. Don't listen to Hmm. Oh my goodness, wait, we have to watch this. It's also tilted. Wait, there's a reply. What? I don't remember what I typed in. What's this? It's tilted. Oh my god, the 1.0. This video is super fun. What the heck? Let me up the audio a little bit. Wait. Also, no video audio? Huh? No, it's just really quiet. Oh yeah, it's really quiet. Oh, by the way, I'm Zen Creek. I forgot my username on here is different. I haven't seen this model in forever. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me... Oh. What the heck? I'm being chilling. The heartbeat, oh my god. Oh god, wait, the heartbeat is a little loud. La la la. I think some of these don't have audio. Wait, what the heck? Ah! You let's go. Oh my goodness, what the heck? Yeah! Oh, whoops. The Dominator! Thank you so much for the follow! I hope you... Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome in. And now it's 2026. Yeah. Greetings, my lovely lubbers. How are you doing, the Dominator? Dude, how long have you been playing P4 Gold? Also, a year and a half. Oh my god, these are... Oh my god, all these clips. Oh yeah, happy birthday. Here's a cutie pie. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dominator. Thank you. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh, oh my goodness, what the heck? Flem! What the heck? Thank you so much. What the heck? Wow. What to end? Oh my goodness, what the heck? What? Oh my god. That was peak. Absolute Orinama. Didn't he say there was a second video? I think he was gonna send it to me. I don't know where. I don't know where. What the heck? Absolute Sonora. Oh yeah, also I think Jesse has a other thing from I have it pasted. I'm getting some serious deja vu now. Oh wait, does it there? The way I love the face, that's so funny. I need to draw you the art as I did for Salve. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that face is just my Geometry Dash icon. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Drowsy. Thank you. Purple for aura. Yeah, that's the thing I said I couldn't beat. Thank you, Drowsy. Thank you. Hi, Shadow. Hello. Other Shadow. There's a lot of shadows that follow me. Oh yeah, welcome in. Hello. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Flem, so much for this. Can I like share this? How do I do it? Aha. Uh okay, I'll do it later then. But yeah, that's the thing oh wait, I already read that. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Let me move on. Also, how did it take 2 tries? There's like 5 jumps in that level. Oh my god. But yeah, thank you so much, Flab. Thank you. I'll pop this video in Aura fan art. There you go. Zozo! Happy birthday, Auntie. Oh my god, it's a little goober, little kitty. Oh, music is also pretty loud. Hold on. I love you, Isa Korva.
Yes, lots of shadows. I can't believe I'm tempted to quote Sonic and say, fakers.
Oh yeah, thank you, Zozo. Thank you. Thank you so much for the birthday wish and the little kitty goober. Hehe. Very cute. Jared! Guys, you guys should follow Jared. He's so cool. He's so rich. He lends me his Lamborghini. He's not here. He's not here. He's lurking. Meow. He's not here for me to. He's not here for him to hear, but he's so cool. Did he save you from the fire? He did. That's why he's so cool. Meow. He's so cool for that. Happy birthday, Aura. Hope you have an awesome day. You deserve it. Thank you, Jared. Thank you. Oh, birthday cake. Yum, 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 yum. That's where shoutouts come in handy. Ugh. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully, Pokemon Worlds,
Where is that blue hedgehog I
registration
was fighting
comes
for?
out soon.
Oh yes, I was in the 3rd movie. I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's home to me, and I walk alone. Anyway, my shadow's the only one that walks beside me. Shallow heart's the only thing that's beating sometimes. I wish someone out there will find me. Till then, I walk alone.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I like just put on my colorblindness glasses and I was right about the feeling that you weren't grayscale. Yeah, thank you, Jared. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very cool. Cool mod. Amazing. Divesper! Hi, or a happy birthday. Hope baby 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 mass destruction. Anyways. Hi, or a happy birthday. Hope your birthday is good. Much love, Vesper. Thank you so much, Vesper. Thank you. To be fair, she was born before color was a thing on TVs. Hell yeah, baby, baby, baby. Thank you so much, Vesper. Cat Jam. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's old. Yeah, yeah. Cat Jam. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Max! Happy birthday! I'm very happy to know you and share my love for Pokemon and Persona with you on stream. Watching you motivate me so much to go back to VTubing soon. I wish you the best for your personal, professional, and streaming life. Keep going like that. You're the best. Take care. Hug from France. Yo! I got Teddy and Kami. Let's go. And the shadows in the back. Thank you so much, Max. What the heck? Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I'm able, watching me, I'm able to motivate you to go back to VTubing. I'm so glad. What the heck? Oh. My goodness. Oh, let me there. Crystal Melody! Ah! Happy birthday, Aura! I wanted to thank you for rating me that one time. If you didn't, I never would have gotten curious and checked your content and streams. So I do apologize because I remember our first encounter being me accidentally calling you Aurora instead of Aura. My reading skills did not exist as of that time. Did you say the P4 Golden Shadows in the BG? Yeah, this one.
Goober, happy
These
birthday,
guys.
you are very coolness.
I only know Awa. Goober, happy birthday, Unk. You are very coolness. Oh yeah. Da 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 da. Baby, baby. Da 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 da. Ba da ba ba. Ba da ba da ba. Yeah, they appear in the Fever in Persona dancing games. This is so cute. Who would call you Aurora? People who don't know me. Or have met or have seen my name for the first time. I can't believe you're 24 now. I hope you have a nice birthday. We don't know each other that well yet, but hopefully I can tune into more of your streams and have fun in there. I've actually watched the video Flamfire made, and it gave me a little peek on Aura lore, so I thank him for that. Everyone who cannot read. Okay, not the time to whip out Saturday's meme. Dang it, Ed, stop kicking me out. No! Yes, please let Flamfire out of the basement. He hasn't slept and barely eats, and he's been scrubbing VODs for the past month to prepare for this. He even asked me for advice while he had deep eye bags and drool coming out of his stinky poopy mouth. Thank you so much, Crystal Melody. Oh my goodness. Pinkie Pie. Pony. Pinkie Pie. Oh my goodness. Check, check, check. Yeah. Okay, every pony, my girl. Thank you so much, Crystal Melody. Thank you, thank you. I know we just met not too long ago, but I love your energy. And every time I unstream and you're streaming, I love to stop by there to say hi before I like sleep and stuff. Even though I did sleep at 7 a.m. last night, you didn't see me there. I'm obsessed with MLP. Oh my god, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you, Melody. And also, this is really funny. This is super funny. Oh my god, friend? Friend! This is super funny. My god. Yar! Everyone is in the basement obsessed with my special interest. Heck yeah. Actually, yeah. Flem introduced me to Crystal Melody, so I have to thank Flem for that actually. Thank you, Flem, for guiding the raid that one time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Priscilla! Hey, it's me, Priscilla-chan. Came here to wish a happy belated birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful birthday with some fun times, funny moments, and may the magic of friendship sparkle in your day. You're so cute! Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you so much. My god. You're so sweet. Aww. My heart. I'm gonna get diabetes. You guys are all too sweet. You're gonna give me cavities. Jesse! Awesomeness. Please don't die. Awesomeness. I hope you have the best day, Awa. You have all the aura. 10 million aura? Infinity coolness? Negative 10 stinkiness. Heck yeah. PogChamp, PogChamp. Congrats. Meow. 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 Hi, Phantasma. Welcome in. Thank you for the care package. Thank you. For your stats are stacked. I know. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Congrats on turning 100 billion years old, by the way. For more fire like this, go to www.twitch.tv//or VT. I repeat, www.twitch.tv//or VT. I repeat again. Okay, I'll just keep repeating it. That's enough, I think. Oh my god, absolute cinema. Cinema. Oh my god, he got unthanos. Thank you for the save progress. I don't know how to save progress. Welcome in. Hi, Killnader. Welcome in. Hello. I made that gift, by the way. Oh, shit. Save your life. He saved my life. Wait, there's 4 replies. What the heck? Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. That's a website I used to make these types of stuff. The amount of absolute cinemas. And the little different faces. That's so cute. Damn, it was really absolute cinema. Show you! What the heck? Show you! I didn't know more people commented. Oh my god, show you, what the heck? Alright, happy birthday. I hope you're having an amazing day filled with love, laughter, good food, and memories. I'm gonna probably go now. Okay, Dressy, thank you so much for the gifts and thank you so much for your birthday message. Thank you, thanks for the safe progress. Thank you. And remember to always be a birthday goober. Thank you so much, Dressy. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I hope to see you again on Saturday. Hi, Koha. Thank you for checking in. How are you doing? Hello. We're reading my birthday messages. Ugh. Let's see. I see you around all the time in my friends' streams, and I've lurked in some of your streams, and you seem like such a talented and lovely person. I hope over time, as I keep bumping into you, I can get to know you even more. Show you! Oh my goodness. Show you Ami. I think I know from Myoji, and also I think Shoyu also informed Myo that it was also Noah's birthday, the same as me. Hi V, hello, happy birthday Aura. Thank you so much V. Thank you. Just wanted to stop in and wish you a happy birthday. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Oh my god, my voice. Wait, dude, my eyes, I think, are almost. I've been holding back tears, but like, I don't think. You guys are so sweet. You cry. Man, thank you so much, Show You. Thank you, thank you. I hope to get to know you more as well. Thank you so much, Show You. I wonder when mine will be. Umi. To my day one Oshi. Wow. First of all, I love you. Yippee! Second, I don't even know where to start. From the very first day we met, you've always been such a joy to be around. Whether it's watching anime together or hanging out in your stream, it's always been the best part to my day, and I'm glad I can be a part of it. Speaking of anime, let me share my most memorable moment we had together. And that was the time we were trying to watch Cells at Work season 2, but I accidentally put on Cells at Work Black. I'll let you share that story on stream if you want, but I cried laughing when we both had that same realization that this was in fact not season 2. Let me tell you guys the story. This is so funny. So, I think a few years ago, when me and this sounds hilarious. Me and would watch anime together. And we were trying to watch Cells at Work season 2. And I think, episode 1 or 2 in, we didn't realize it was Cells at Work Black, the other darker version to Cells at Work. Dude, it was so funny. To be fair, I had no idea they had a separate side story, and I can't read. It's not my fault. Why would they make that after season 1? It's like they were trying to bait me. Hi, Carmen. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Damn, I guess there really isn't any sleep for me. Wicked. I'm going to be here all night. Ah! Wait, this was so funny. Because we were... my... We ended up finding season 2. Oh my god. Can't read, and being a Cells at Work fan actually makes sense. This was like years ago. This is so hilarious. Anyways. From wonderful friend to one of my bestest buds, from the bottom of my heart, I'm truly glad the stars aligned and we got to cross paths. Oh my god, oh, the tears. Guys, the tears are working now. The waterworks are working. Oh my god. Help! The waterworks are working. I love how it's almost 2:30 a.m. for me. Oh my god, happy birthday art. This is the first, oh my god, this is the first art that we got together. Damn, who's cutting some onions right now? The tears are working. Hey Dakota, hello, welcome back. Yeah, this was the first art that got for us. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. Honestly, this was so funny that you mentioned this. Thank you, Sachi. Thank you. Thank you, for the message. Thank you. What the heck? My manager. My bestest friend. Meow! Happy birthday! Uh, amazing. You're like my first real exposure into the indie. Oh my god, it's tilted. You're like you were like my first real exposure into the indie VTubing world, and I remember when you first followed me, I thought to myself, oh my god, Mama, I'm gonna make it. Then many millennia later, look at us. I'm homies with my oh shit. What the heck? Ah! No. I love your streams. I appreciate us. Ah! uh, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's hard to see the monitor right now. Yes, cry more. What the heck? uh. Okay. Now my eyes. Yo, have you saw mine yet? Flam, I did. Thank you so much for the video. Thank you. My goodness. Wait, my eye hurts. My eye hurts. Wait, the other eye. Wait. uh, I'm okay. I'm okay. If needed, I can TTS a message. Well, the first one. You said you had a second one for Aura. Oh my god, wait, yeah, Flem, you had a second video for me? Yeah. Did you have do you have a second video? If needed. Oh wait, I read that. Man, everyone's writing poems and I did short and sweet one. It's okay, Sachi. It's okay. uh, oh, Kiwawa. I haven't taken my shower yet. Go take a shower, Zen. Okay, wait, hold on, let me continue. I love your streams. I appreciate us hanging out in each other's chat, and I find it a crazy, cool coincidence we're into the same things. I hope you get many birthday wishes fulfilled and a belly full of good food. I hope this gif of a man punching. Wait, enjoy this gif of a man punching you. It's all I can afford. What the? Wait, what is this? Secret message. Secret. What the heck? Why is there binary? Meow, what the heck? Why are you sending? Why is there binary? Making your birthday board in R or G. Punch it in a binary to text converter. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, let's see. Wait, oh my god, wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait, let me check into sorry real quick. uh, okay, let me. Okay. Oh wait, why'd I paste it in? Oh wait. Binary to. I took computer science and I can't even compute that shit in a second. Text. Wait. Binary to. Wait, what? Why is it not what? Oh, brother. Why is it not doing to text? Okay, let me go to a different one. Get rid of my dark reader. Maybe the period's at the end. Okay, I'm in a different binary to text. Dang it, that didn't work. That. Let's see. Why is it not working? What the hell? Okay, let's go to a different one. Let's go to a different. Are the fish points getting reset tonight too? Oh, I reset them at New Year's. They were already reset. What? It's not working. Am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong? It's not working. I'm dead. It's okay, just skip. Meow, you gotta tell me what it is. Wait, tell me in DMs. Thank you so much, Meow, for the message. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, check Discord. Okay, I sent it in Discord media. Thank you, Flam. Thank you. Ugh. Wait, fuck, actually, I don't remember what it says. That's insane. Can I just copy and paste you the thing? Oh, wait, okay. I sent a website, maybe. Okay, oh wait, this is the website that he used. For some reason, it didn't work. Wait. Where's... Character and code... I don't get it. Convert. What does this say? What does it say? I don't know what this says. Wait, what do you see? I see this. It is dots and lines, yes. Yes, it's dots and lines. I don't know what this says. Okay, now. Okay. Put that in Morse code you're making me do more work. This dude is making me do more work. Okay, Morse code to text. I see. Bro said made you look. I see now. I see. You know? Yeah. Thanks, Meow. I appreciate it. Anyways, Minky! Minky! Happy birthday, Aura. Wishing you an amazing birthday and luck this year. Cheers to another year for fishing. I mean, for your birthday. That's our Minky. Ah, take that, meow. That's what you get. I deserve that. Yay, Minky! No, weird looking Minky, but yeah. He's a weird looking Minky. I like Togepi. I also like Pikachu. I'm late to saying this. I'm sorry. I sent a birthday message on the server. I'm sorry. It's okay, Zon. It's okay. Welcome in. Maybe it's a shiny Minky. So true. Welcome in, Zon. Welcome, welcome. Sachi! Sachi! No, it's not. I'm a failure. No, Zone, no. It's okay. It's still the 28th here. It's not too late. It's not too late. Sachi! Happy birthday, Aura. Here's to more silly Persona streams. Gushing over Corbo. I know what you are. And in general, being silly. I love you, my bestie. Yay! Thank you, Sachi. Thank you. You gotta add Hong Lu in here too. Thank you, Sachi. Thank you. Gotta add Hong Lu in here. For real. Thank you so much, Sachi. Thank you, thank you. Ponies, yeah, cute. Very cute. Hope you enjoy the gift. Yeah, I do. I do. Happy birthday! Here's to another year of you helping to make the world a happier, warmer place. Oh my god! Ah! Thank you so much, Effie. Thank you. Long time viewer as well, Effie. Heck yeah. Definitely not potato. Happy birth today. Here's some more gambling poggers. Poggers. What is this? This is the birthday message board. It's the birthday message board that I set up. Thank you for the follow, Kirby. Got road rage. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you, Zen's friend. Oh my god. I thank you, definitely not potato. I will definitely cherish this poggers. I didn't know this. It's okay. It's okay, don't worry about it. But if you want to send send a message in here, feel free to leave one if you want to. I can like refresh and find it. Yo! Oh my god. I thought I followed already. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Don't worry, Kirby. Thank you. It's okay. Poggers. Poggers. Wait, this is important. Before I do, how tall are you? 5 foot. That's it. There's nothing after that. There's just 5 foot. Okay, cool. Thank you. Happy birthday, Aura. May more stinky farts come your way. Hashtag feed the mods in the basement. Jalen, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello. How was Marble Rivals? How was it? Hi, everyone. My name is Aura VT, but you can call me Aura for short, or Awa as well. And I am your wandering stargazer tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I also play games as well. Today we are celebrating my birthday. Earlier we opened up some Hololive TCG And then we went into Pokemon Legends ZA to see what they have to say for me on my birthday. And then we did a little bit of Animal Crossing to see who wanted to celebrate my birthday. I'm glad Marble Rivals was great. Oh my god. But also I'm doing a little birthday donathon to help fund my 2.0 model as well over here. But this is completely optional if you want. But also take care of take care of yourself first, please. Like financially. Yeah. But yeah, I have incentives here. You can donate however you like through the throne link in the pin message, through the panel, the tip panel, or through gifted subs as well. Yeah. I swear to god, every time I come in here you have a different model. Yeah, I am a popsicle now. I am a popsicle. Party things. Ugh, oh my god, my throat. And also, feel free to join the Discord, and all of that. Feel free, and also leave an introduction so we can manually, verify you. Yeah. Making custom message? Heck yeah. But yeah, Jalen and the raiders that came in, if you guys need to go ahead and get some rest, please go ahead and do so. If you need to get some water, food, stretch, and drink the water, and uneat the food, and whatever you need to do after your stream, please go ahead and do so. Ah, bro! Oh my goodness, hello! Hi, bro! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Oh my god, how was Final Fantasy? How was your stream? Hello! Happy birthday! Thank you! Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Aura Oda VT, but you can call me Aura for short, or Awa as well. And I am your wandering stargazer, tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I also play games. And today we are celebrating my birthday. Yippee! Yeah, we're currently going through the birthday messages right now. and I'll say this again. I'll promote this again. I'm hosting a birthday donathon, except there's no timer. Yeah. But yeah, here are the incentives and all that. Yeah. Like completely optional if you wanna, help me fund my 2.0 model. Feel free to do that if you want. Raise the timer, the invisible timer. Yeah, but I think you can check out the photo or the graphic in the first link that is pinned, and yeah, there's also a Throne crowdfund in the pinned as well, if you'd like. But I hope your stream went well. Welcome in. Or also agreed if you donated $10,000, you get a 24-hour stream. Whoa, when did I say that? When did I say that? Big money. But yeah, Raiders, if you guys need to go ahead and get some rest, please go ahead and do so. If you need to get some like water, food, stretch, and drink the water, uneat the food, please go ahead and do so. Other than that, we are happy to have you here. Yeah. Where's Neat? I know Neat is in your community, I think. Where's Neat? I have an inkling that that Neat is somewhere in here. Neat stops by sometimes, yeah. Happy to be here. Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah. Oh my god, I've cried like I've cried earlier, and I was like, I may cry some more. I don't know. I think I may have more waterworks. Because everyone is so sweet. What the heck? Everyone's so sweet. Thank you, Zon. I think I'll refresh until I get to the bottom. Yeah, Kyo. Oh wait, I already read this. Man, thank you, Kyo. Bringing back this hashtag. Oh wait, where'd it go? Wait, what? Hello? Hashtag feed the mods in the basement. Let's see. Oh my god, Zen! Zen! I was getting old. I'm going to have to call you grandma soon. I mean, damn, you're 24. On a more serious note, I can't believe it's been this long of me watching you. Admittedly, a bit on and off, but who's counting? I am. It's as the time that I am writing this. It's been 2 years, 1 month, and 8 days. Wow, that's a lot longer than I thought. Me being completely honest here, I think if I didn't find your community that fateful night, I wouldn't be who I am. You have genuinely changed my life, and I can. Oh god, they're coming back. Oh no. Oh no, the tears are coming back. And I can only thank you because any other words I could use here don't express my gratitude. But by this I mean if I didn't find you, I don't know if I would have ever found my voice in the first place. And I'm not joking when I say that when I found you, I was practically a mute in real life. I just never saw the need to talk to people. But after just sitting there yapping with you, I couldn't stop myself from trying. You you awakened something that I didn't even know I could ever like to do, and that's to write. As a child with ADHD, I hated writing with a passion, but you can only write so many messages before you get good at it. I'm bald now. Oh god. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything, even when you didn't even realize you were helping me. Well, that was a big yap with no real points. Anyways, I'm not crying. You are. And for the last time, thank you. And don't you ever expect this kind of honesty ever again. And this is Zen signing off. Happy birthday, Aura, and cheers to many more. Full disclosure, I could have done better. I was just letting myself yap on a page. Anyways, good night. I almost forgot. Boy! What the heck, Zen? What the heck? What? What this? This is so sweet. What? I didn't. What? I didn't know that I did. Oh my god. Oh my. They're coming back again. What the heck, Zen? Wow, bro, this compared to mine is like hydrogen bomb versus coffee, baby. Oh my god, what the heck? Zen. I didn't know that my streams helped you this much. What the? Oh my god. What the heck? No, Zen, thank you so much for the kind words. Oh my god. I can't see chat. I'm so blind and there's tears in my eyes. I'm so blind. Everything's a blur. Stop. I'm going to cry too. Oh my goodness. Why am I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying, but the tears keep fighting back. They keep fighting back and they keep hurting me. Okay, I'm good now. Silly goober, to be sure. I'm just a silly person on the internet. What the heck? Never in my life I thought I I would expect to God, what? Never in my life I would expect to like help change someone's life as a streamer. I'm just some person on the internet. I'm doing what I love. Hi, cutie. Welcome in. Welcome in. Also, I don't know what you're saying. Hello. Please keep it to English if you can, please. I don't know what that says. Oh my god. Ugh. You're amazing. Is that what that says? I should have wrote a slightly bigger message now. Thank you so much, Zen. Oh, I see. Thank you, cutie. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Sachi, for the translation. Yeah, thank you so much, Zen. What the heck? I didn't know this. This is all news to me on my birthday. uh, uh. Oh my god. Ballad! Birth! Oh my god, wait, what? Streamer's old. Man, that's crazy. Wait, I wasn't translating, I was just stating fact. Oh. Oh. You okay, Aura? Oh my god. I'm okay. Just happy tears. It's just happy tears. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting to cry this much. But somehow I did. Somehow you guys did. Also, I wonder what that says. Yeah, I wonder what that says. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, bud. Wait! Miso! What the heck? Miso Yan, what the heck? Ah, Miso! Happy birthday! I hope you have the best birthday of your life ever. Thank you, Miso. Thank you. Why are I was balding? Because she's old. That's crazy. Miso, what the heck? Where's our hair? I'm balding, guys. Miss Miso, what the heck was this you're doing, Myoji? What is this you're doing? I give you virtual hugs. What the heck? Thank you, Miso. What the heck? Side eye. Oh my god. What the heck? I love Miso so much. My goodness. Ah! If you guys don't know who Miso is, you guys should definitely go give her a follow. She's amazing. Amazing singer, amazing artist, very funny person indeed. We love Miso. Ah. Thank you so much, Miso. What the heck? I wasn't expecting this. Ah, thick. Oh my god. Okay, you're banned. What the hell? Bro, you're banned. Hello, I'm not redacted. Oh, it's me. Hello, redacted. Happy birthday. I'm not active in general, but whenever there's an art ping, I always make sure I'm the first to like on X. Ew, X. The everything app. I mean, no, not used on it. I was referring to the birthday message in here. I was referring to this. You're not banned. You're not banned. No, come back. By the way, the gift for the messages in DMs, I'll take a look at that. Come back, Zone. Come back. I was referring. I was making a joke to Thick. That was I'm dead. No! Can I revive you back to life? Can I revive you back? Seeing you from 6. Oh my god. Bro. Brother. Seeing you from 6 or 7 years ago to now. And your improvement is amazing. Please keep doing what you're doing, and I hope your day is a good one. Thank you, Thick. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the message. But bro. Bro. First this and now this. To be fair, it actually has been around 6 or 7. That is true. Technically 6. It's gonna be 7 next year. Or 7? No, it's... Bro. But yeah, Thick is a day 0. Is a day 0. And knew him before streaming days. Heck yeah. What the? Wait. Wait, what? Wait, how do I read this? Wait, what? I can be revived if you subscribe with your Amazon Prime. Any primers in the chat? Oh my goodness. Guys, did you know that if you have an Amazon Prime, you get to subscribe to your favorite streamer for free? Like, yeah. Oh my god, that's me. Me. Twitch primers? Heck yeah. Oh god, wait. I'm so sorry to this cat dog. That's the... And this also. This also. I can read this and this. I can't read this. Wait, happy birthday, Trombone Champo 2025. I'm glad I found you online because you pog. Have a happy birthday, and you get extra cake with cream cheese. Ooh. For real, they look up top dog. Your cute, derpy OG avatar is the pick. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god, Trombone Champ. That was like... What, 3 years ago that I've last played? I can go into my Steam. When was the last time I played Trombone Champ, actually? My nose. Where is it? Okay, yeah, three and a half years ago, I played Trombone Champ. Was back when it was released. But thank you for the birthday message. Thank you. I'm glad you sent a message. Thank you. 3 years is insane. I know. Trombone Champ is a really fun game. I just stopped playing it, sadly. Oh, and we're at the end. I think there are more messages. Refresh. Ah, there you go. Zone! The other dreamy sheepy. The one from Canada. Happy birthday, you. You whack-a-dink. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god. Wait, this is so funny. Wait, this is hilarious. I love this. Thank you, Zone. Thank you, thank you. Thumbs up. So that's why you asked for my height. So that's why. Thank you so much for the birthday message. Thank you, thank you. I had a good laugh. Oh, Jakey! Oh. Radio static. Oh, I wish I had my what the voice mod. I would have swapped if you were taller. Yeah, sadly I'm not tall. I am very small. Whack-a-dink is crazy. Radio static. Yo, 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 this is Rockin' Jakey coming at you from 94.5 FM to say hello. To say happy birthday to this amazing, wonderful, and funny person named Aura. Ah, man, come on. Hello, hello. Glad you're still here, cause we have some cake and fruit punch to get this party started. And now to end this broadcast with some good tunes. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! She is small. True, you don't even have legs. There's actually no cake. Oh, the cake is a lie. Oh yeah! Bum, 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 bum. Funny fish. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Taco body, taco body, taco body. Ooh, ooh yeah. I want to see some dances. I want to see some jams. Thank you for the care package. My throat is killing me. Fish jam. Finally, I'm the same height as someone. Or heck yeah. Joel. Mini Awa dancing literally in beat. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeesh. Yeah. Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? Da, 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 ba, ba, ba. Yeah. Na 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 bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba bum. Taco body, taco body, taco body, taco body, bum bum ba dum bum
Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Ooh, ooh, yeah.
Oh god.
Gotta move on.
Yeah. Gotta move on. Oh, yeah. Okay, I was like, how long is this? Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town? Yeah. Ba ba da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bam bam ba da 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 da. Funky Town. Bam bam. Heck yeah, Pikmin. Pikmin. Speaking of Ishmael, I caved in and bought a Don Quixote plushie too. Heck yeah, Donnie! Karaoke birthday stream is lit. Heck yeah, Pikmin! 1 hour of silence, but to be interrupted by Pikmin. Heck yeah. Thank you so much, Jakey. Thank you for the message. Thank you. Thank you so much for the radio broadcast. Shoutouts. Heck yeah. And for the dance session too. Matonia, happy maternal injection day. Awa, may your tummy be full and your scent no longer fresh out of the box. Thank you, Matonia. Thank you for the kitty. Oh my goodness. Yippee. Heck yeah. And I think that's it. We're back to Slim. I think that's it. I think those are all the messages. I hope. Maybe there are some hidden ones, but yeah. Thank you so much for all the birthday messages. What the heck? Oh yeah, also wait, I need to look at hold on. I'm sad that the store was sold out of Sinclair. No. Hold on, let me. Oh well, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Thick has sent me something. The code. Yeah, the the code that that Myoji made it a secret message. Yeah, how do I do this? That code was lit. Because these plushies were official. Yeah, I saw. I was like, oh, these are a little pricey. The gift took 5 minutes to make and 5 hours to get small enough to send through Discord. Insane. Happy birthday. Thank you, Noah. Thank you. Happy birthday, twin. Guys, go follow Noah. It was also his birthday. What the heck? Twin. Thank you so much. I hope you had an amazing stream too. I hope you... Did you cry? Did some messages get the waterworks working? Because I sure did. I play this. Okay, it's got that. Okay, wait, okay, I got it. Now, how do I do this? Anyways. What's this mean? Okay, I have to say goodbye to the spinny orb. Because we will now play the GIF is this. Yay! Yippee! Thank you, Thick. Thank you. What is she cooking? Yay! Happy birthday! Woo! Confetti! Speaking of confetti, are my mods here? Are you guys ready to break my stream? They're like, sick, heck yeah. I drew this art. Thank you, Thick, thank you. I'll have this somewhere. I made the text with cake, heck yeah. I'll put this right here. Right here, right next to me. Okay, oh wait, no, wait. Before the confetti, I think there was another video that Flem had for me. Get it real quick. Done. Hi Mage, hello. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. 12 a.m. Not your birthday anymore. Wrap it up. Been lurking. Lost my Switch games. Doing well otherwise. Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry to hear about that, Mage. No. Where's Flem? You know what's funny about this? You know what's funny? I kind of pre-watched this video on Twitter. I saw this on Twitter. This must have genuinely destroyed his storage. He's nuts. Yeah. Average shorts content creator. But yeah, the funny thing is, I kind of already pre-watched that video because it was posted to Twitter and I got intrigued. I got intrigued. I got curious. I pre-watched it. Whoopsies. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think now that it's not my birthday anymore, um, we gotta do Wordle and connections, and also try to break my PC, right? Should I switch to a different model that? Should I switch to a different model that will uh showcase showcase the birthday confetti better? Or do I keep the popsicle? Should I keep the popsicle? Anyways, I'm gonna go cry in a corner. Zen, no, don't cry. You made me cry. But thank you so much for the birthday message. That was so sweet, Zen. Thank you so much, genuinely. Or a towel. No mods here, so so make me mod so I can spam Fetty. Okay, let's see. Whee! What the? Live 2D parameters not found? No, angle X. Oh man. They will be marked red on the model configuration page. No. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm here. Oh. What is that? I have not seen this model. I'm towel. I am the towel. I am a towel that let's see. Oh, yeah, Sachi made me this model. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Are we ready to clear out my redeems? Anything but 2.0, whatever, bro. This was made like a long time ago. This was made a long time ago. Okay, let me close out of release. We'll have the background of Connect up. Oh god. Bro, where is it? You'll never see it coming. Towel. He even still has Reaper's pin. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot that I have to move myself to to make this model move. I keep moving my cursor because I'm so used to my popsicle model. Okay. Are we ready? Hold on, let me like minimize everything. Okay, let me also get rid of tabs. Okay, Twitch. There we go. I have some music. Some music. Okay. Oh god, I'm scared. Have task manager to keep track of your PC stats to prevent your PC ending itself. Wait, I want to. Let me pull that up too, just to see how badly it gets. Woo! Where is it? Wait, we get to it. I need a pee. Oh my god, dude. I don't wait. Where is it? Fictions. Oh, that's sub chat. Manage poll. Where is it? Oh no, it's probably activity. Manage request. There we go. Okay, I found it. Whew, I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. Okay. Let's complete all of the check-ins, which doesn't do anything. Actually, never mind. Save. Okay, first. The hell is it? It's a towel. I am a towel. I am a towel. Okay. Save progress has has a throw. Let's see how badly this goes. I'm scared. Ow! Oh my goodness! Ow! It's not even properly hitting me. Okay. Look at all the 3D ors. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, Floof. Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you. How was your stream, Floof? How was art? Hi everyone. My name is Aura Oraviti. You are witnessing me as a towel. Perfect raid timing. Wait, I am a towel. Just so we can see how badly I get beaten up. But yeah, welcome in raiders. I am Aura. Wah 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 wah. Yeah, I do art and I play games. Or more like Ada was such a beautiful model. Oh my god, thank you so much. But yeah, we're celebrating my birthday today. Oh my god, or a towel, yeah, or a towel, Tora. But yeah, we did a lot today. We opened up some Hololive TCG cards from Weiss Schwartz. We visited Pokemon Legends ZA to see what Nurse Joy had to say to us on our birthday. And we also went over to Animal Crossing to see which one of my islanders wanted to celebrate my birthday. And we also just got done with reading the birthday messages. I cried. Uh, but those were happy tears. Those were happy tears. Hi Aura, sorry for missing the stream. If it helps, I made a birthday fan art on your server. Happy birthday! Oh my god, thank you, Biz. Thank you. Thank you. Not even your birthday anymore, dog. That was 10 minutes ago. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Currently, currently we are getting rid of all the channel, we're clearing out the channel point redeems. There's a lot of throw ones, and we're seeing how badly it will maybe break my PC. But yeah, if you guys need to head out, get some rest. Please go ahead and do that and all. But I'm really happy to have you guys here. That's the best. When we got by with the messages last year, we got her good. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This is the new song we sing for birthdays. Bouncy and merry and not quite as scary. The new birthday song. I got. Dude, I got this year. What the heck? I wasn't expecting to cry this much. Making the streamer cry is the best part of Kudo boards. Did you guys know that Kudo board, you have to pay for your boards? I was like, okay, never mind. So I switched to Reco card, which is free. Cough. But yeah, I got. Oh, I mean, it's nearing the end of stream, but I'm also hosting this little birthday donathon, except there's no timer. To help fund for my 2.0 model. Yeah. Middle finger. But yeah, here are the incentives and all of that. It's also in the pinned message if you need it to. But yeah, completely optional if you want. Completely optional. Yeah, be sure to take care of you guys first, because I would feel bad to take your money and you're doing terribly financially. Yeah. Doodles, yeah. Funny little doodles. Oh, it's so cute right now. Stop. Ooh, good to know. Risk paid for it so fast I barely even mentioned the board. Thanks for appreciating my outdated boomer song ref. Oh yeah, are you guys ready to... Let's see. We are gonna go... Oh, care package. Oh god. That was so cute when a cute wiggly towel. Whew. Okay. What did you say about taking money? I said I would feel bad if you don't. Oh my god. Thank you for getting a tier 1 sub to Third Man. Thank you, Thick. What the heck? Thick, you've done so much already. Or it doesn't want to scam you. What the heck? You've done so much already. What the heck? I'm being ambushed. Okay, but I am ready. Care package has throw redeems. Or for real needs to count. I do. Take my social security number. What? I don't want to take your identity. What the heck? Ow. Oh god. Well, I am ready to see how badly this does. Ow! That's so much soda! Ow! 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 Oh my god, the lag. What if Mio has a dope skin though? That's so much. The bitrate wasn't even that bad. My god, that was so much. Okay. Next we got oh god, we got Throw Your Love for Aura. Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. 3, 2, 1. Go! Oh wait. Go! Ow! Okay, that wasn't that bad. Oh, there goes that heart. Okay, that wasn't that bad, I think. I think. The bit rate decreasing. Okay, next we have Throw Fruit and Veggies. Okay, there's not even that much for this one. It's only like 86. Ow. You know what? I need to add a clip. I need to add that clip command thing, so it'll be easier for you guys to make clips. I just need to know how to do that. Okay, this one there's only like 86 of these. Got the Wordle in 4. I'm so good. Heck yeah. Okay. Oh! Dude, I saw my CPU spike to 76%. I saw it spike to 76%. Holy. Your CPU ain't gonna cut it, bro. What if the numbers were the other way around? You, brother, it's going to shit soon. Best pray right now, dog. Okay, head pads don't have a throw. Bonk doesn't have a throw. Random soda can does. Oh my god. Oh my god. How did you enjoy that, Thick? Who banned me? How did you enjoy Purgatory? Okay. Random soda can. There's also only 46. We'll see how that goes. I went on my phone for 2 seconds. Ah. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Okay. Oh god. I want to save the small throw for the end because there's so much. There's so much for the small throw. I'm gonna save that for the end. Since all my messages got deleted. You know, right? Your PC's gonna explode. Pray for me, guys. Pray for me. Okay, or a loaf. Go! Ow. Okay, that wasn't that bad. We might hear an explosion from small throw. Put a new one on your throne before it's too late. Okay, let's see what else. I'm gonna mark this one as complete. There we go. Metal pipe. What else? Big throw. Okay. Let's see how bad this one is. There's only 11 in big throw. Ah! Okay, not that bad. 1,000,000 small projectiles hit Aura all at once. Aura, ow. Even bigger throw. There's only 11. Okay, let's see how badly this is. Wait, my CPU's. Oh my god, my CPU is 62%. Hello, help. Let's calm down for a bit. CPU, calm down, please. Okay, 11. Okay, we're good. I think we're good now. I'm scared. God, I'm scared. I'm scared. Surely you won't blue screen. I hope not. Happy Awa Day. Thank you, Illumi. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for the birthday wish. Thank you. We're currently clearing out the redeems. And hope that my PC doesn't, like, explode. Ah! Ow! Ow! He's a towel! I am a towel! Oh, fishy! Ah, fishy! Oh, fishy gone. Why are you a towel? Because it's funny. I also haven't used this model in a while. Like a long while. A long while. Fishy. Is this the new Awa? I've had this model. Sachi made me this model like. How long ago? 2 years ago? I think. Ishmael. Why is there a -1 request in even bigger throw to Aura's face? The end of 2022, I think. Why is there -1 requests? I am not making this shit up. What? Hello? I need you guys to see this. Jump to present. Ah, kiss for Illumi. Mwah. I need big kiss. Joe, or it didn't happen. Okay, where's my browser stores? This dude. What's so it's so tiny. Guys, why does it say -1 requests? What does that even mean? Hello? Eh? Avery! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Someone dead for real said I shall revoke my request from 0. Avery! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, raiders? I was about to say ravers, but... but, yeah. Hi, guys. Hello. I'm currently a towel because we're clearing out our channel redeems right now. Oh yeah, welcome in, raiders. How was your stream, Avery? How was your stream? How was Pokemon TCG live? Happy birthday, Aura! Thank you so much. Hi guys, hello. I am Aura. I am your wandering stargazer, tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I play games as well. Yeah, heck yeah. It was good. Yeah, heck yeah. I'm glad it was good. I'm currently a towel. A lot of you new guys have never seen this side of me. But yeah. Oh god, I'm scared. I'm scared. The only thing that's left is the small throw. I'm scared. She is a towel. I am a towel. But yeah, you guys came at a right time. Because we are about to unleash the gauntlet that may or may not break my PC. Ooh, I'm scared. I'm scared. There's 1000% CPU usage incoming. What's gonna happen? So every year we clear the channel point redeems, like for the throw ones. And funny thing, if I complete them, they throw back at me, and we're trying to see if we break my PC. Drew, what the heck? Happy birthday, thank you so much. Drew, what the heck? Dude, I'm scared. Happy birthday, JJ, thank you so much. What the heck? Dude, I'm scared. I don't want to. I'm scared. Ah. Dude, I'm scared, bro. My PC is about to explode. Oh my goodness. My IRL friends are here to here to see madness. Go, you cowardly towel. Oh god, I'm rest in peace, my CPU. Rest in peace. I think, I don't know. I'm scared. Okay, here we go. Here goes nothing. If the stream dies, I die. Goodbye, everyone. Okay, wait, maybe it's not that bad. Actually, wait, pause. Actually, wait, yeah, it's not that bad. Okay. I thought it'd be worse. Oh my goodness. Ow. You know what? That wasn't that bad, actually. I thought it'd be worse. Damn, you're getting your shit rocked. Dude, I thought that was gonna be worse. Ow. CPU probably peaked at like 55. We lived! I like the first one, the sodas. Dude, I think that was care package. Had to contribute, thank you. Man, I think that was it. Except for the ones that played. You know what? Let's complete... Wait, what? Hello? Okay, wait, hold on. We live to see another day. We live. Dude, we live. Okay, can I complete all of these? Ah! I'm seeing. Okay. I think we're good. Ow. Oh, my music. It's gone. Ow. Oh, no, my music is back. Avery, thank you so much for the gift one sub. What the heck? Thank you for... Oh, there goes my music. Oh, okay. Thank you for the gifted sub to Get the Hurts. Thank you. Okay, all the requests are gone except for those two. Oh, hi Daisy. Hello, my cat. Wait, also, let's see. Avery, let me add you to my list of donors. We're completed metal pipe. Avery. I thank you, Avery, for the gifted sub. Thank you. Let's see, that one gifted sub, you get one little silly scuffy doodle. Heck yeah. If you have like a reference or anything, feel free to send it my way. Are we friends on Discord, actually? Thank you for contributing to the 2.0 model fund. I don't know. Add me on Discord. Here you go. I'm putting this down. Or you can do that. You know what? That's also fine. That's also fine. Ah, okay. Let's do connections. Let's go ahead and do connections and see how badly this will be. Please, we're metal pipes. I agree with Sachi. Where is metal pipes? For some reason, I think every time metal pipe gets redeemed, it gets thrown back at me in the same stream. So that's why there wasn't really a complete metal pipe thing. For some reason. someone in the background has been has been clearing those out. No. Well, you guys have to build that back up for next year. Yeah, do that. Well, you guys gotta try again next year. Okay, now where's my connection? Play. Okay, what do we got here? Gory, Silverstein, Grizzly, Bear, Grim, Goldilocks, Stain, Scary with 2 R's. Ow. For next year, speaking of, I haven't showered or brushed my teeth in a year. That's crazy. Fiberglass, Smug, Bed, Liner, Foundation, Stumbler, Bronzer, Porridge. Well. Well. Who cleared the metal pipe right now? Who did it? In the behind the scenes. I mean. Bear, Goldilocks, Bed, Porridge. I mean. Featured in Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. Wow. Okay, what's next? What's next? Maybe. By the way, I got 1 out of 4 on these because I don't know enough about makeup. I wanted to hear Hella Metal Pipes fall on Aura, the insanity that would happen. Makeup, foundation, bronzer, liner. Ah, fuck. What's the. Ow. Thank you for the care package. Thank you. Which one's on. Which one? Foundation, bronzer, liner. And I don't know. I don't think it's fiberglass. Yeah, I hard committed on this one and got 4 of them wrong. No! I don't think it's Grizzly. You drinking Dr. Pepper Zero? No, I had coffee. It's like the last of my birthday coffee. Dude, I don't know what this is. Dude, I also need a pee. I need to be right back real quick. Dude, potato. Guys, I need to be right back real quick. I need to pee like really badly. I'll be back. You'll stay here and think about this connection real quick. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Ugh. Shit, now I wish I had coffee, but sadly I need to sleep. Cannot be awake like this. She's going to lock in. Or she's going to look it up in the bathroom. That's crazy. Did you wash your hands? I did. I did wash my hands. Oh god. And I looked in the mirror and I saw how puffy my eyes are. Oh my god. Anyways, I don't know what this is. Stain? No, it can't be. Maybe scary, grim, grisly. Scary, grizzly, grim. What else is scary? Gory. Me bawling my eyes out after finishing Cyberpunk Edge Runners and the actual game with this one specific ending. Oh yeah, heck yeah. Homophones of words meaning brutal. Heck yeah. Okay, now we're stuck with these, like foundation, bronzer, liner. Yeah, I don't what? I don't know what it is. I don't think it's stain. Why is fiberglass in here? Smug, Silverstein, Stumbler. I don't want to say it's fiberglass because I love eating fiberglass. It's very nutritious. Very nutritious. Because like Stumbler, Smug, Silverstein, Stain, they all start with S. Oh wait, I also got purple. That's great. That's great. Oh, Daisy is biting my figures now. That's also great. You know what? I'll be funny and full send this because I still don't think it's fiberglass. See? What the heck is Stumbler? Stumbler. What's that? I guess a person that stumbles, I guess. That you apparently you stumble a lot when you walk, don't you? I guess. I'm just gonna guess stain because that feels right. For some reason, I don't know. Stain feels right. I don't know why. Wow, that's great. Ending with drinking vessels. Oh, glass, stein, mug, tumble. Oh my god, I hate sorry. Hi, sorry. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How'd your stream go? How'd your stream go? Hello. Hi, sorry. How was your stream? Our day. How are you guys doing? Welcome in. It was good. I'm still so far from Corbo. Oh my god. No. I believe that you'll get there, Sora. I believe. You got this. You got this. But hi, everyone. It's okay. I'm having fun still. Heck yeah. That's all that matters. As long as you're having fun. Hi everyone, my name is Aura Oda VT. But you can call me Aura for short, or Awa as well. And I am your wandering stargazer, tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I play games, and we were celebrating my birthday. We had a lot of fun today. I cried twice, maybe three. I think three times. That's my wandering stargazer goat. Ah! And oh yeah, and I'm a towel that Sachi made me. Back in 2022. I'm a towel. Ta-da! Oh yeah, also I'm that. Thank you for the care package. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. But I'm also hosting a birthday donathon, except there's no timer. There's no timer to be risen. But yeah, all the funds will go towards my 2.0 model. You can donate however you want. But completely optional. You don't have to. Oh bet. Oh god. Oh god. Aura got stuff thrown at her and her CPU almost blew up. It almost went kablamo. Ah, sorry. Thank you so much for that 5 gifted. What the heck? Okay, sorry, hold on. Let me get you in on the headshot doodle. Hold on. Sorry. Underscore VT. There you go. Thank you, sorry. Thank you for getting us up to Black Eyes Canary, Okie Scoop, Temporal Nix, Lays, and Veal? Yes. Thank you so much, sorry. Once again, my payout, I'll like put it in throne. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, sorry. Thank you. I'll get your reference from Twitter. True. Yes. Oh my god, I'll have to do these. Oh my god, I hope it's good enough. Millionaire. I feel like my old ref wasn't good. Sorry, what the heck? But, 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 but your art is always so good. Hello? Um, happy birthday! Thank you so much, sorry, thank you. But your art is always so good. What the hell? Sigh. But yeah, thank you so much for the rig. Oh my god, thick. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Need to do again to keep conductor. God damn it. Thank you. Haha, shy. Haha. Yeah, sorry if you need to head off to go sleep. I know it's almost 1 a.m. for the both of us. And if you got work tomorrow, please go ahead and get some rest. Thank you so much for sharing your community. Thank you. And thank you for help. But I don't know words anymore. I don't know. Hey, thank you so much, Sora. Thank you. I want to make myself smaller. Sadly, I do not have a button for the towel. So I'll be here. Sadly, I do need to return to the wage cage tomorrow. I love you, Awa. Love you too, Sora. Thank you. I hope you get some good rest and good luck at work tomorrow. Good luck, good luck. Final thing to do is Wordle. Yahoo! Oh, Hex Sky, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome in. Hello. Hello. Okay, Wordle. Okay, after Wordle, I have to find someone to raid. Oh my god, my sub count 69. Nice. Sorry, so goated for that. Thank you, sorry. Nice. Nice. Okay. Yes. Okay. Dream. Ah. Ah. Blast. Blast. But no, that blast. Bro. Oh. 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 Blast. I believe I will. I believe I will, but I need a nap, so I gotta do that. It's almost 10 a.m. Oh my god, go! Oh my god, go get some rest. Go take your naps. Try clock. This one isn't as bad. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, Hex. Thank you, thank you. Hope you get some good rest. Clamp? Clamo. Clamp. Ooh, oh. 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 Oh no. Dang it. Oh, I lost connection. Hello? Oh, there we go. Have a nice rest of the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you. I lost connection from my Wordle. Clamp was also my third word. Heck yeah. Our minds are becoming one. Well, we run out of money in the budget. You can only afford the towel or Guess it fourth, so you got this. Oh my god, thank you for the level 2 hype chain. Oh my goodness. Thank you. What do I get? Oh, this is cute. Chill girl emote. Choo choo. Choo choo. Okay, let's see. Black? But no B though. I would have guessed glaze. Hmm. Glass? Ooh, you think? Oh wait, but there's no S though. Yeah, there's no S. Hmm. Flail. Dang it. Dang it, flail was a good guess. So close. It was so close. Hmm. Hmm. Not flame. No. Hmm. Bro. What? So close, bro. So close. Uh. Hmm. You know, Flake would have been a great guess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What is this? The thinker over here. Dude, I'm thinking my brain. I'm gonna be here forever. Oh. Dude, why do I keep thinking of Flake, but there's no E? You won't be if you use that word in a different way. Flaky. Or flaky. Actually, flaky is a word. Okay. Cool. Cool. Or thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, I can finally find someone to raid. Okay, let's see. Okay, I don't think I need this tab anymore. Didn't we have Fleeky once? Oh my god, Cal! What the heck? Thank you. Happy birthday. Thank you. It had to be the oddly specific spelling of it. Thank you for the care package. Thank you. Cal, thank you so much. How you been, bro? I have no more drink. GG's, we did it. Okay, I can now find someone to raid. Dude, my eyes are so puffy. I've been okay. How about you? How's your birthday? I enjoyed my birthday so much. Hello, old woman. Hi, Foz. Hello. Dude, I've cried, I think, 3 times this stream from birthday messages. Ow. This was a fun birthday stream. I'm glad you guys had fun. I'm glad. Yeah, let me find someone to raid. Dude, my eyes are so puffy. Ain't gonna get one from me. Still your biggest hater. Damn, Dan. You're so right. Let's see. Who do we want to go to? Let's see. I see JP is streaming. JP stopped by earlier. Also, if you can hear the condition of my voice, I am like, dude. Have fun with the rune and VTube draw hand thing. Thank you, Thick. Thank you. Can go over to JP. You want? Saf is streaming too. Well, then I'm off to bed. Good night. Or you're a lovely streamer, and you also tend to relieve my stress and anxiety with laughs. It was a good birthday karaoke. Thank you so much, Jakey, for dropping by. Thank you for staying. Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of Sky. I hope you have a great sleep, Jakey. Hi, Sky. What the heck, bro? Is that the funny man, Sky? Wakey. Dude, is that Mr. Funny Man, Sky? How are you doing? How was just chatting? I guess I have to stay here for a little bit more. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me also bring this up so I can hide connections. Oh my goodness. Get this out of here. You were gonna end? Yeah, I was gonna end. It's almost 1 a.m. I can stay for a little bit longer. Haha. Happy birthday, Aura. Thank you, Sky. Thank you. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is Aura VT. But you can call me Aura for short, or Awa as well. And I'm your wandering stargazer, tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I also play games. Welcome in. We were celebrating my birthday today, and now it's almost come to an end. But yeah. But also my gift to you guys, I will format this without the text. And I will be releasing this art as a free wallpaper for you to have as my little gift to you all, because I actually really enjoyed drawing this. I had to look up how to render balloons as well, because it's been a while since I've rendered balloons. But yeah, this will be sent as a Google Drive link into the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord yet and want this wallpaper, join the Discord. Yeah, also, Raiders, if you guys need to go ahead and get some rest, please go ahead and do so. I was just trying to find someone to raid, and also I have to thank I have to do my thank yous. Ugh, it's a lot. I've been speaking a lot. I've been speaking a lot. Let's see. Hey, thank you so much for the raid again, Sky. Thank you, Mr. Funny Man. That. Oh wait, I already read that one. She's streaming a Yoko Taro card game. Oh, I see. Oh my goodness, my throat. Oh, I'm also a towel. Ooh, baby. Oh my god, I'm out of breath. I am out of breath. Hope you rest well. Alright, I will. I'm probably gonna like knock out after stream. Feels so weird hearing that. I never raid. But you're welcome. I go make ramen now. Oh, enjoy your ramen. I hope you enjoy it. Where did Saf go? Where is Saf's stream? Hello? Am I blind? Where is Saf's stream? Because we can have an option. We can have options. Where did she go? Hello? Where's Saf's stream? Is she gone? Is Saf gone? Or, hello? No, she ended. No. Man, wait, which one of these messages is man? Or which one of these images is man? Nope, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No, not that one either. Not that one. Bro, where is it? Hello? Where is it? Where'd it go? It should be behind. Oh, it's right here. Man. 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 Anyways. We can visit Reed. He's a friend. Oh, Reed. I know Reed. Reed. What the? Sky. Thank you so
sent
much.
via throne.com.
Thank you so much, Sky. Thank you. Let me add you to the list as well. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I know Reed. I follow Reed. I don't remember how I got there though. Apparently Reed is currently playing Unbeatable. I need more peak for my just chatting wall. Yippee! But yeah, feel free to but yeah, DM me your reference. Okay, I go. Thank you so much, Sky. Thank you. Hey, we can go on over to probably through Saf Train. Maybe. Actually don't remember. Oh my god. But yeah. Well, it is currently 1 minute before 1 a.m. I do have to go. I'm feeling tired. But I had a lot of fun. My eyes feel heavy. But you guys flew yeah. My bed calls to me. Yeah, it's really late for a lot of people. It's really late. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for for celebrating my birthday this year. With lots of laughs, lots of crying, and lots of happiness. My phone is gonna die. Perfect. But yeah, but once again, I really, really appreciate you guys celebrating my birthday with me this year. I'm not really good with the words other than saying thank you and thank you and thank you. But I will also tally up how much money we raised for the 2.0 model fund, and I'll give like a calculation maybe tomorrow or Friday. I don't know. But yeah, wait, let me go through my thank yous. But yeah, let's see. First, first, thank you so much to Thick, to Myo, to Boons, to Taku, Sori, Sky, Avery, and Teva Barista, also known as James. Thank you so much for contributing to my little quote unquote donathon, except there's no timer. 2.0 model fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, there's so much I have to say. Like gifted subs and all of that. I wonder if I can like scroll down to all of them, but I think I can remember. I hope I can. I think yeah, Myo, Thick, Concho as well. I think. No, Concho. Wait, yes, Concho. No, Concho donated bits. I don't remember anymore. I don't think my activity feed can find it because of all the small restore redeems. But yeah, I'll have to filter those out so I can find them again. But there's a lot. There was a lot. Also thank you to everyone who signed my little birthday card. I really appreciate it. I wasn't expecting to cry this much tonight. Like happy tears. You guys are so nice. What the heck? Like I'm gonna get cavities. I'm gonna get cavities for how sweet you guys are. Hello? Wait, a lot of you guys are new. A lot of you guys have been here since day 1. A lot of you guys have been here since day 0. And I really, really appreciate it. This birthday is honestly, I think, one of the best birthdays I've ever had. In all of the birthdays that I have celebrated on stream. And I only have you guys to thank for that. I'm really sappy right now. I'm so sappy. Yeah, like this year has been like one of the best birthdays I've ever had ever since I like started streaming. Okay, I'll prank you again next year. I got you. Hello. Can't sleep. Welcome back, Jakey. I'm saying my thank yous. But yeah, thank you to. But yeah, arm hurt now. Oh my god, Flan! Flan, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. I was about to end. Yar! Hi, Flan. How was the finals? How was your stream? I was saying my thank yous. I was saying my thank you since it's getting late for me now and my voice I don't think can handle more. Not on my watch. I hope your stream went well, Flan. Thank you so much. Kyar! Kyar! But hello everyone, my name is Aura VT, but you can call me Aura for short, and I am your wandering stargazer tomboy VTuber from the stinkiest galaxy in the universe. I do art and I play games, and we're just wrapping up on my birthday stream. But I guess I can stay here for maybe 2 more minutes. Games were horrid, but at least I got 1 win out of the 10 games. Honestly, that's... What was I gonna say? That's what we like to see. At least we won one game. That's all that matters. And what matters more is you had fun. I mean, even though if the games were like bad. Yeah. Whew. Dude, I need to take a breath. I've been speaking a lot. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you. I go now. Farewell. Okay, Flan. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you get some good eeps. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye. But yeah. Where was I? But yeah, genuinely, I think this birthday has been one of the best birthdays I've ever had in all of my like streaming years. And and honestly, that makes me really happy. To just do what I love and just continue to stream more because I get to like meet a lot of like you guys. You know, whether you've been here for a long time or we just met. I genuinely I'm gonna cry again. I genuinely am really happy to be your streamer, to be your Oshi or whatever, to be your silly little person on the internets. But yeah. If I go on for longer, I am gonna ramble. But yeah, sadly, unfortunately, I do have to go with the conditions of my dying voice and puffy eyes. I must go rest. And I'm gonna hibernate for like a good while. But I think that should be it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for those who donated either through Throne, through the Throne crowdfund, either what next stream or is gonna sound like a smoker. I hope not because we're gonna be starting P3 reload. I hope not. But yeah, thank you to everyone that donated either through Throne, through the dono panel, or gifted subs or gifted bits. I really, really appreciate you guys helping me get closer to our model 2.0 fund. I really appreciate it. I think you guys are gonna like the new model artist. I believe. I've only shared it to and Sachi, but yeah. I think you guys are gonna like the new model artist. They have a very cute art style, and yeah. Or he's gonna have no voice next stream. Dude. But yeah, and also thank you to all the raiders that came in. Thank you. Thank you to Avery, Brew, Flan, Floof, Oyun, Sky, Sky, sorry, Table Barista, also known as James, and Jalen as well for the raids tonight. Thank you for sharing your communities with me to celebrate my birthday as well. Thank you. And yeah, I think that should be it. I think I'm ready to raid out. Ah, this song. I don't want to end on this song, but I have to. Taylor, good night. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, there are the raid messages for those who are subbed and for those who aren't. And also for those who got gifted a sub, I don't know if you're watching to the end of this VOD, but be sure to thank those who gifted you a sub as well. If you can, honestly. I mean, like, if you can. But yeah, as always, here's the Discord. feel free to join the Discord if you'd like. I'm gonna put a post-birthday sappy message onto there probably tomorrow. And yeah, glad you have a nice birthday stream. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for stream. Happy birthday. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I should be saying thank you to everyone here that stopped by to celebrate with me. I am so ungrateful. But yeah, big, huge thank yous to everyone that's here and stopped by. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for everything. I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be the person that that is sitting here today if it weren't for you guys. She hates us. No. 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 But yeah, I wouldn't be the person sitting here in front of you if it weren't for you guys. You guys kind of shaped me to who I am today, and yeah. I feel like I have imposter syndrome because I feel like this I don't know if I deserve this. I don't know. I'm a person on the internet. We shaped you into a woke purple gas cloud. Heck yeah. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Anything more will prolong the stream. And yeah, all I can say is be on the lookout for new projects this year. Because I do have a lot to work on. My to-do list has become longer. So I think I will spend the next few streams to work on those until my to-do list is done. But yeah, I think that should be it. That should be it. Yeah. Again, if you want to commission me, feel free to do so. Follow me on vgen. Heck yeah. Awesome sauce. But yeah, we're gonna go and raid on over to Reed. Oh, and I forgot my socials. Feel free to follow me on my socials too. Or not, because I forgot. Oh yeah, and also join the Discord. And fun stuff. Yeah. But yeah, raid messages for those who are subbed and for those who aren't. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Forrest. I don't know why I keep bouncing back and forth between Forrest and Kai. But yeah, we're gonna go and head over to Reed. They are green. Reed, Asazora. Yeah. But yeah. If you can hear the conditions of my voice, he's okay. If you can hear the condition of my voice, I am about to like not have a voice tomorrow. But be sure to copy and paste the raid message into the stream that we're gonna be going into, the streamer, and yeah. Yo, bro, shove down some honey and you'd be good. Trust. But yeah, once again, I really appreciate you guys celebrating my birthday today. Please don't die. Drink tea with honey. But next time you'll see me is on Saturday. Hopefully my voice, hopefully I will still have a voice on Saturday because we are gonna be starting Persona 3 Reload. Yeah. Get that magic dragon tea. I don't know. But yeah. I keep saying thank you. But genuinely, actually genuinely, thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you guys again on Saturday. Hopefully with the voice. Hopefully with the voice. Good night. Bye bye, everyone.